Hey, Adele, what's up? We actually get to look at a different tank today, although I didn't clean the front. So it has water drips. So, like, I care. And I used to take so much time to clean the front of my tanks. Sort of like kids. Your first kid, got that burp rag, always cleaning their little noses. And by the fourth one, who cares? Ah, some time off. Hey, that's always nice. Okay, I know if it were nice if I worked. Maybe someday. Not. So this makes, well, besides the bathroom tanks. Well, it pisses me off. I just was doing other things. So this is, I guess, tank three in place out of 20 or something. Oh, yes, the joy of Mother's Day. I haven't even thought about it, which is not true. But besides taking my mother out for lunch or something, she doesn't really need anything. She was a little perturbed today when she found out that I drove in. Well, she's an hour away. And she was a little perturbed that I ate lunch without her. But it's a really good restaurant, and she always says she eats there too much. So I didn't think she'd want to go. And besides, I was tired. I just wanted to go home. Well, my parents are separated, not legally, but my dad at 87 found a girlfriend. And my mom's really hard to live with anyway. So she lives here. My dad lives in California. And they're now fighting over money. And of course, I'm in the middle. So it's like, look, I don't want to do Mother's Day or Father's Day. Well, you just tell your father this, and you just tell your mother this. And it's like, let's be adults and talk to each other. But at least now they're apologizing. Yeah, at least, okay, I should say, my dad apologized for believing my ex and not me when I got my divorce. I mean, it's only, well, we were married 16 years. I think I've actually been divorced longer than I was married. Yeah. And when I got a divorce, I was the evil drug addict, even though I was clean. But once a drug addict, always a drug addict. He was just a child molester. No big deal. When you have $7 million, you can do anything. But other than that, yeah, it was really bizarre. The girl that my ex had an affair with for a year and a half from the time she was like 13 to 14 even wrote the court a letter. But the fact that I had done drugs previously was worse. And it was like, wow, what money can buy you? Anything. And I didn't even get any of it. Not that I really care. It just taught me money is not everything. I mean, I would like to have enough money to survive comfortably, but it's not everything in the world. Um, I'd much rather be with a poor man who loves me than a rich man who doesn't and who's passive aggressive. So, and let's see what else is going on in my world. Oh, yeah, I had to put a lock on my outside water thing because we have new neighbors who have no well. And I've had their landlord before, and he's a slumlord. Oh, yeah, just go down there and get water from her. It's like, okay, after the third time of running out of water, because, it's a drought. We're on a well. That was it. My boyfriend put a lock on the water, and I forgot to get a key made for the neighbor. So I have to go do that because I'm not going to let him or his dogs go without water. Hey, S, what's up? So, yeah, I think, well, my neighbor who is he's a great neighbor, except he's a little bit nuts. But he keeps an eye on everything, and he's like really nosy. And he's pretty sure that the slumlord is trying to dig a new well without a permit. Um, but I don't worry about it because my neighbor will take care of it. Um, he's good for that kind of thing. And he's only going to charge me labor to put the missing shingles back on the house because the wind has been okay. I You better keep your word and come back, Adele. So I have to get my roof fixed because it's just been so windy. And see, my tank really isn't cloudy. It's the smoke from the fires. That's what I decided. Okay, the glass is dirty, but so what have you been up to, S? Anything interesting? I was just thinking this is my one non-cichlid tank. Only I do have two long, thin electric blue rams. So I just blew it there. My guppy tank doesn't have any cichlids in it. And the platy tank. Platy tank almost doesn't have anything in it anymore. This is the fast fish tank. Because everybody in here just about, well, except for the rams, swim fast. Rams must like their new skate better. They're out more. No, because once I get things moved around and I need to get an extension cord for my camera or figure out another way to do it, um, my camera has a limited reach, and this one just got moved into its new permanent place. So the camera reaches it now. Um, I have like 20 tanks. Okay, they're not all filled with fish. Some are filled with pythons, some are filled with roaches or isopods and rats. I have like 13 fish tanks. But this used to be my headboard. Um, but I'm putting the 150 where this tank was and another tank. This is my ADHD tank. But I have giant danios, pearl danios, long thin zebra, blue, and leopard danios, the electric blue rams, um, glow light tetras, which that's the only thing I want to add is some more glow light tetras. Three black skirt tetras, and I think there's six mutt corridoras in here. The corridors all came from a friend, and there's like one Julie, and the rest sort of look like combinations of spotted and Julie and pepper. Um, so they're kind of more hybrids. Mutts. But it's a pretty cool tank. I should wash the glass. I was just talking to Adele about it. When I did the water change, I just didn't have enough energy to wipe the glass, and it just hasn't gotten done. Yeah, this piece of driftwood I've been dragging around for about 25 years. It's just got, cool curves. But these guys, man, Daniels are always on the move. It's like nobody stops. They even swim at night in the dark. It's like, are you guys sharks and have to keep moving to keep breathing? I guess over the last few years, I've lost some of the long fin Danios. It's probably time to put some more in. But I have, and they're way in the back. I think 7 glow light tetras and they're the smallest of the fish in there. And I know the giant Danios are supposed to get like 4 inches, but they seem to be growing very slow, so I'm not going to move them unless I have to. Mean Daniel, mean Daniel. Oh, I'm glad you came back. But yeah, I'll be able to show more of my takes. I'm hoping that my brother can get his Mormon missionary friends to come over so I can put the 150-gallon in. Oh, God. So it came with a stand and it needed some work. So I screwed it and glued it. And we started moving it, and the whole thing just fell apart. And all I could think of was, oh, thank God it fell apart before we put the tank on it in water. So I just went out and got cement blocks and 4x4s. And so all I need is my brother's friends to come help me move the tank. Hey, at least the tank wasn't on it. You know, I'm glad it fell apart before we put the tank on it. And my neighbor who has a pickup truck, and like we share a garbage permit, you know, I'll fill up half your truck, you fill up half your truck, then go take it down to the dump. My dad's probably coming out. Yeah, well, I decided I was going to go really strong and get the 4x4s. Um, and I mean, we spent a lot of time. Um, yeah, I have picking out, you know, straight pieces of wood that weren't warped. Um, let's see. In here are the giant danios, and I have a couple of pearl danios. Then I have long fin zebra danios, long fin leopard danios, long fin blue danios. I do have three um, black skirt tetras, two long fin electric blue rams, 6 or 7 glow light tetras, and then 5 or 6. Hey, Crown Tail, how are you doing? Thank you for popping in. Mutt corridoras, except for one Julius. All the rest are like, they have spots and stripes and zigzags, and they're just have to be mutt corridoras. And they lay eggs, but everybody eats them, so um, I think you could put the Cory in with the female beta. I had Cory's in with my betas for a while. And then unluckily, they went to Kevin Heaven because he bought them before I knew him well enough to not sell him anything. Hey, Roundhouse, I'm glad you woke up. Or quit playing. No, you wouldn't quit playing the game. That you could play anytime, no matter what you're doing. Um, at the beginning of last month, Kevin was supposed to go into, I don't want to say assisted living. It was like a how to live on your own place, transitional housing. Um, and the last time I talked to him, he was like totally into clay. Like having clay on a potter's wheel was like the best thing in the whole world. Didn't even mention fish. So I'm sure his tanks are his parents had probably emptied his tanks and put them in the garage because they never sell anything. And I don't know what happened to the mud skipper, poor little guy, or any of the other fish. Yeah, he's moved on to other hobbies that he doesn't kill anything. But at least no more. Hopefully, no more fish will die. Well, actually, I was thinking about emailing him today just to ask him if he's still alive. I think the hardest thing that he'll have to deal with is finances. Um, because I know for me, coming from, probably not nearly as wealthy as his family. I don't think we could afford a couple houses and Teslas and stuff when I was his age. Well, maybe we could have. But the hardest thing for me was realizing that I'm no longer on my parents' budget, so I can't go spend $600 at Aquashella. Um, that and leaving mommy, because that's what he was really concerned about, was being away from his parents. And I was the opposite in that I couldn't wait to get away. But sadly, we all have to grow up. And the almost real world takes over. But yes, I would be interested in what Kevin is doing. I mean, he's, well, I probably, yeah, I could have grandchildren his age. And I did spend an awful lot of time with him. So I do worry about him. And last time I talked to him, my health was really crappy. Not that it's much better, although I am standing up and walking a bit more, at least around the house. But the doctor upped all my diabetes medications and put me on another medication because you're not supposed to have two gout flare. Oh, no way. I couldn't be a sugar mom. I'm on disability. Um, when he said, God, I can't believe I spent $600 at Aquashella, it was like, oh my God, that's almost, that's a little bit less than I get a month. And he just looked at me like, wow. Well, I took a nap, but I woke up, went to the doctor this morning. A splendid moment, yeah. I get to go see a nutritionist so I can learn what I can eat having diabetes and gout. Oh boy. I did tell my doctor I'm not ready to become a rabbit. I'm a carnivore and I need my meat and bones. But it's like, I told him I start building up my stamina for standing and walking some, and then I get gout. And like, that's really painful, and you don't want to stand. You don't want anything to touch your feet or wherever you have it. But I'll get through it. I told him he said, "Do you have a problem taking this new medication?" And it's like, hey, if I can go out and collect choya and wood and rocks, no, I definitely don't have a problem with taking a medication that will allow me to do that. Because I want to go back to the choya graveyard and get more choya. So when I go to yeah, I'm slow. You have to say something.
Yep.
Roundhouse. So when I go to the car wash to use the pressure washer, I have a bunch of choya because I have a couple really decent heavy pieces that I want to put in, at least one in the 150. And I want to put in a couple of the 5-footers in with the cichlids once I start setting their tank up. So wow, now I might have to figure out where to put those 2 blue rams so this can be a non-cichlid tank. I'm a little slow.
You shouldn't be having that much problem with rams in that tank.
Well, I don't. I just have the 2 long, thin electric blue rams, which were listed at the pet store as 2 long, thin fish.
Alrighty then.
But for $3.99 a piece, I was more than happy to buy the 2
shit, yeah.
Yeah, blue long thin fish. Because I knew what they were. And it's like, wow, those are really pretty. But he only had 2 of them. So otherwise I probably would have bought more.
You know what? Honestly, I would not trust a pet shop that doesn't know what the hell a ram is. That's just me. I would never go there again.
Crowntail wants to know if you have any experience with color crosses in swordtails.
No.
Because you just have the green ones, right?
I mean, I have swordtails. I've never bred them on purpose. Whatever babies come out, they, either get eaten or grow up or, whatever.
Oh, speaking of growing up, let's see. I now have, well, I consider it 2 platies, even though there's 3 adult platies. Well, okay. I have 2 adult platies which are left, which I don't expect will live very long. I have one 4-month-old platy fry, which seems to be doing okay. And then I'm up to about 12 little fry. And it looks like there were 3 different batches because there's 3 different sizes.
Okay.
So it's like, what am I going to do with platies? I wanted to make them go away.
Okay. I'm officially done.
You're officially done?
Yeah. At least with this ship. I got one more ship to do that I want to do. Adele will know what I'm talking about. South Carolina, now MS-22. At least for hull B. I don't know how to make it work on hull A. I mean, it kind of works. But yeah, that's what I was just doing. Now, all I got to do is the Wyoming. And then all my battleships, well, at least till what I'm up to, can have MS-22.
Then you're just going to have to go get more battleships.
Yep.
And build those up.
Well, I have them all for, they make them, I made one for the Arizona, I made one for the, I fixed the one, or I remade one for the Oklahoma because the one that was available was messed up. The New York, New Mexico, Colorado, Alabama, North Carolina are already available. South Carolina and Wyoming were not. So I did one for South Carolina today.
Lots of work.
I'm getting the hang of it. I got it down to, it goes really quick now.
I was just thinking when I was doing Freaky Fishes shout out. How
Mhm.
long it used to take me to do a shout out.
Yeah.
And it's like, now I have it down to a science now.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to use the term science because,
Well, yeah.
like I said,
I have it
Eric,
down to a formula.
yeah, this was the first tech tree ship I've done. Arizona and Oklahoma are premium ships, so they don't have any options. This one, it has two options. Hull A, you start off with Hull A,
Okay,
and then you buy Hull B.
take
Hull B,
care,
it looks
Roundtail.
Hull B, it looks perfect on. Hull A, it looks like it's all scratched up, like it's all dirty or something. But it is showing. I just got to figure out how to remove the scratching from Hull A, if I can. I don't know.
Well,
But
maybe
no one
they
runs
have.
Hull A anyway. Why run Hull A when you can run Hull B? Who cares about Hull A? Tomorrow I'm gonna try the Wyoming, and hopefully not shoot myself in the head.
Shooting yourself in the head would sort of be not a good idea at all.
South Carolina, relatively easy. It's just stripes. Wyoming, on the other hand, has a lot of contour in its lower hull, where this would be.
Yeah.
And it's a three-dimensional model that is flattened out into what would that be? No, that would be a one-dimensional, wouldn't it? What's a drawing on a paper?
One dimensional, I think.
Yeah, it would be like that. So
you have to make the contours to fit the ship.
Yeah,
the ship isn't one dimensional.
it has bulges on the outside of the hull that you got to you draw up and over around to make it. I don't know how this is going to work out, but we'll figure it out. Wait a minute. Oh wait, no, that was Texas and New York. Okay. I wonder if I could use Arkansas Beta. No, because that's Arkansas Beta is like Hull A for Wyoming. Well, maybe. I used Hull A. Well, what I assume is Hull A.
Mix and match?
Well, there's two listings for Michigan. One of them is actually in the file. One of them's not, but both graphics are there. So I'm only assuming that the second one graphic, they have different dates. One's like 1909, the other one's like 1919 or something like that. So I can only assume that's Hull A and Hull B. But I did the camo on the Hull A file because that's the one that was listed in the actual text file. The other one's not listed at all anywhere, which I'm kind of scratching my head on. Why do they have a ship in there that's not even in the file?
Yeah, that's kind of weird.
And I tried both of them. I did the camo to both of them, and they both turn out the same in the end run. That Hull B is fine, and Hull A is like all scratchy. So I don't know.
Well, I lucked out in my first batch of rats. The one that I was thinking of keeping is a male, so I'm not going to keep it.
What? Are you sexist now? You're rat sexist. Oh my God, that's it. Cancel culture. Let's start a petition.
Although I don't know, he's so cute.
I like it should have color. Splotchy colors, or looks like a cow, black and white, brown,
Oh, this. Let's see.
If it's all the same color, it just looks like a sewer rat. If it's all black or all brown, no.
Okay, let's see.
Well, maybe brown I could do, but black, gray, and white, no. Those are sewer rats.
especially black rats.
I mean, I'm assuming you can find brown. I've never seen a brown sewer rat. I've seen all the other three.
Well, I have brown rats or tan rats. One, two,
Yeah.
three. No, 1, 2. All right, where's number 3?
You're okay. Yeah, I'm thinking about this as it is one dimensional because two dimensional would be width and height, but this doesn't even have width and height because yeah, I would say it's a one dimensional picture. Although I don't think you talk to anyone and they would say there is no such thing as a one dimensional picture.
Out. Go on, Smuppy. Oh, come on. Go. Says, but Mom, you have a rat in your hand.
A ratatouille.
Let's see. Where's my hand?
Right there. Holding some. It's just blurry. Oh, there we go. Oh, it has a nice little white line and stuff. Oh, call him Skunky.
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 But see, even on his sides,
Or
he has.
Peppy. Peppy. Call him Peppy. Peppy Le Pew. Yeah.
Okay, Peppy. Guess what? You're saved. You have huge nuts. You know that.
Why, thank you.
Oh, I'll get back to it. I've been so busy over the weekend, and this is my exciting weekend, Adele. This is Thursday, Cinco de Mayo, and I might actually ask Charles and Chris if I can spend the night down there, so I can cop watch for 2 nights. Or just go down on Friday. So I have to talk to them. This is a busy weekend. Well, Pepe Le Pew. Pepe Le Pew. Yeah, he's a Dumbo rat, so he's cool.
Oh, get him a feather. Get him a feather and call him Pepe Le Pew. There you go.
Need a feather.
Yeah, because Dumbo no, he didn't need a feather. In the end run, he didn't.
Had big ears.
Yeah.
I am afraid to let you sniff him because you look like you just want to eat him. She is so fascinated with these rats. It's like totally amazing. Thank you, Adele.
I figured it's much easier for me to just come up here and talk to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Your favorite color is mud.
Yeah, see, the other rat is tan, and all her babies are like solid colors. And, I like the interesting ones.
Clear eyes now.
My dog is like totally fascinated.
That's cute.
And he has like curly fur.
Oh, okay. Curly fur.
Yeah. Let's see. No, move. Smuppy. Move. Let's see if I can get him in the light.
Yeah, not really. Kind of.
Yeah, he's not. He doesn't have smooth. Well, one of his siblings has like the straight fur,
Hmm.
but he has this like curly, wavy fur and curly whiskers, and he doesn't bite
Yeah.
yet. Nah, as long as I keep messing with him, he should behave.
No, but they're like dogs. Okay, so dogs use their mouths as tools to grab
Yeah,
things and
and to
taste.
taste you.
Yeah.
Cats do the same thing. That's just a matter of time.
No, you can't taste him, Smuppy. Mine. She says, uh-huh. Uh-huh. Just give me a chance. I will have rat tartare.
You never know.
Well, I'm pretty sure she's the one who killed the loose white mouse, which actually was a good thing. Because it was getting in my dresser.
Oh, fun.
So it was like, okay, well, here's all the clothes that need to be washed. Wait a minute, I just washed some of these. I said, yeah. And the mouse got in my dresser. So you're going to wash them again. I'm not wearing them. God, I can't believe my boyfriend already went to sleep. It's only 10 o'clock. No wonder he wakes up at 6 in the morning.
Yeah, that's like me. Ow. Thanks, Kat. I wake up at like 4 in the morning.
Yeah, it's like my daughter, but that's work.
I don't go to sleep at all.
Sure you do.
Oh no, I don't. No, I don't.
Yeah.
If I eat enough ice cream and puppy dogs and wagon wheels, you know the thing. Come on, man.
I remember those days. So how long have you been up? Oh, I don't know, 5 or 6, maybe 7 days.
Yeah, what day is it today?
I never thought of that to keep track.
What month is it? It's 2022 already?
Hey, quit beating up on your name.
I woke up in 2019.
Let's see, what was it? I saw an advertisement for something. She went to sleep somewhere and woke up 14,000 years later.
Oh, righty. What kind of crackhead is that?
That would kind of be shocking. I may have to make you a pouch so you could come everywhere with me.
Oh, by the way, after this sign on to the game, you should have a clan invite.
Ooh, okay, I'll do that now.
No, leave him alone. So you think they'll go for a service rat?
No.
Yeah, probably not.
No. Not
So, Albuquerque Audits is pretty sure that he found a county building with no handicapped access.
a-
Yeah. So that's sort of why I want to stay during the day.
Dude, I find that very improbable. Seriously. I mean, not impossible, but very, very improbable. I mean, unless it's some rinky dink, like, 50 people in the town type thing.
For out here, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, I almost wish I were auditing in Walsenburg. Their sidewalks were put in 1932 and are so bad, I broke my wheelchair on one of the sidewalks.
Oh, damn.
Yeah. Took the front wheel right off. Okay, Adele. Oh, she went away. Okay, well, when she comes back.
Yeah,
So, what
she'll
did you
probably come
get
back.
for Keeper?
I'm sorry. Oh,
No, I asked Crypt Keeper what they've been up to. Oh, I think it's time to go buy another cage. Oh, oh, maybe they're just playing. Oh, you are tasting me. Just don't bite.
what if I want to bite though, man?
Well, certain bitings are okay. Oh, I guess we're all alone. Nobody's watching.
What?
Because Alex and Pam are streaming special streams today.
Huh. Yeah, who?
Punchy Paints?
Oh, I don't watch her.
Yeah.
She it seems too
Hello.
boring. I used to watch her.
Well,
It's not my cup of tea. It's too boring.
it's watching somebody create art and sell their art.
Yeah, that's if I'm gonna do that, I'm gonna go watch Bob Ross.
I mean, I could do that. I have tons of my art that I would love to get rid of. I mean, who knows? I may give some of it away. And what was the guy's name who was doing the beta universe flow painting, pour paintings?
Oh, I don't know. I
Yeah,
wouldn't
I
even
can't
know.
remember. But everybody was oohing about them, and it's like I'm having a debate of what to do with the back before I put it up. What to do with the back of the 150? Should I just paint it black? Or leave it clear, which means it'll have sort of a bluish green background.
I would say leave it clear and put if you want it black, get the actual black background. Dude, I don't like people painting tanks. To me, they're worthless. They're worth like 50, 60, maybe even $100 less. Because
Yeah, because
I end up having to scrape all that paint off.
paint off. Yeah. Well, I have my one of my first backgrounds, which it doesn't do well inside the tank, but it's great on the back. Um, it's 3-dimensional foam rocks. And that way I could just, slide it behind whatever tank of the proper size I want to use. Oh, my hand that smells like rat isn't good enough. Hey, Patty, what's up? Well, let's see. If you could get a 20 long for $20 and it's worth 60 less, you could pay me $40 to get it. So I made my LSF really happy. I went in and, well, once upon a time, I bought a 40-gallon breeder for $10. And it has a couple of scratches on it. And I traded it. I think was on the verge of kind of starting to leak. And so I was just using it for rats and snakes and whatever else. And so somebody had a bearded dragon that they needed a 40-gallon breeder. So I traded them the 40-gallon breeder for a 36-gallon rimless bow front. And because of the China situation and stuff, Marineland right now isn't. 36 bow fronts are really hard to get, especially the rimless ones. So
I can
I
see
gave
that.
it, yeah, I gave it to him because I have two of them for store credit. Now I just have to figure out what I want.
Why? A 180, of course.
Oh yeah, I think that's a little bit out of the
220,
store credit.
220, 221, whatever he has.
Yeah, but I sort of want. I don't know what I want, but it has to be, something he could get, and none of his suppliers have the golden mambunas or.
You know what I would do? Honestly, this is what I would do. 33 long.
I have one. I just have to reseal it. Along with the 40 tall and the 125.
Huh, what the hell have you been doing all this time? Sitting on your ass? Lazy. You're
Yes.
lazy.
Well, with the 150 in the taking up the entire kitchen, just about. I don't really have space. And God, I can't believe and I have like a medium-sized master bathroom. It is like so full of boxes and tubs and buckets full of fish stuff. It's like, how did I collect all this stuff?
Man, we gotta hire someone to get you organized.
Oh,
we gotta implement a cubby system. You know what a cubby is, right?
Yeah, well, I
Okay.
had a cubby, but now, I mean, because a lot of the stands that I had stuff in were pressboard and dying.
You want to know what my ma used? She went to the hardware store, and paint comes in boxes, and each box holds 4 of the gallon.
And it has the
cans.
divider with it.
You
Okay,
get a bunch of those boxes, put them together against the wall, and you have a complete cubby system on the free. My mom did that in all the closets.
I don't have walls. Okay, what kind of dessert are we having today? God, that sounds good. I haven't had dessert for a long time.
I got some raw cookie dough still.
Mm.
I just remembered that.
It's time to have the guys dig out the cooler so I can start buying ice cream and getting it home. Because our dollar store is having a real bad time getting any staff, so they seem to be closed more than they're open now.
To answer S's question, it would be worthless because I'd rather just spend the $20 and get a 20 long brand new that's not painted. A 55, I would deal with painted and scrape it. Anything, maybe a 40 breeder, 33 long for sure. Anything else, probably not.
I don't know. I sort of like keeping to the 12-inch.
Well, I'm just saying tank wise. Anything bigger than a 55, the 40 breeder, and maybe the 33 long. Honestly, not even the 40 breeder. I would just go buy one.
Yeah, see, once you start talking about food, you just get hungry.
You know what happened? She signed on and accepted the clan thing, and then she started playing because she is so addicted to that game. She is, dude. The other day, she messaged me, "Yo, you gonna be playing?" I was like, I was actually gonna go to bed, but sure, I'll come on.
Okay,
A
S.
couple games.
It sounds. Let's see. Rasmali, Malay. It sounds really good. I've never had it, so now I will have to track it down. And since I've never had it, my diabetic diet says yes, you can have cake that you've never tried before because that's a good thing.
That is great. He gives us chocolate cake. I don't care what he did. Chocolate cake for breakfast by Bill Cosby is still funny as hell.
I don't have any chocolate. Oh, yes, I do have chocolate. I have dark chocolate with hazelnuts in it. But see, I'm not supposed to eat that. I haven't even had dinner yet. It was because I had like a huge lunch.
If a doctor told me not to eat something, I would that I liked, I would look at him and go, "Eat a dick." I'll eat what I want. We're all gonna die sometime.
Yeah, but I'd prefer to die a little bit later.
Mm.
So it sort of almost sounds like tres leches. My daughter makes the best tres leches cake. Oh, you little butt face! Move! Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Pardon me for blocking the camera. Where did it go?
I don't know. What are you talking about?
The rat that's out.
Uh-oh.
Oh no, she always gets out. And I can't figure out where she's getting out. Where'd she go? Uh-huh. Why are you trying to get in with the boy? And what are you doing out?
Well, gee, that's just a dumb question there, Poeseewi. Why is the female rat trying to get with the male rat?
No, it's actually another male rat.
Oh, well, maybe they just want to go hang out and watch baseball or something.
Tell your boys to stay in the cage. And quit chasing them around. Maybe they won't escape. Look, I don't want to be rearranging cages in the middle of the night. Yes, and I know the ladder has and why is the carpet wet? We don't want to know.
Sorry, I had to go. I didn't feel like walking out of the room.
Okay, who was it?
I'll just throw some newspaper on it. It'll be okay.
Big Man Audits. When he first started streaming, he said, what did he say?
I don't know what he
I'll
said.
be right back. And then the camera went dark because he put us in his pocket and we could all hear him peeing. And everybody in chat was cracking up. And he said, okay, well, I'm back now. And he started looking back at chat and he said, oh my God, you guys could hear me? It's like, duh.
Yeah. Turn your microphone off, dork. No, don't even. I mean, that's one reason not to use a phone.
Yeah.
You can't take a desktop into the bathroom with you. You know. There's no chance of doing that.
Yeah, it was pretty funny. It's like, you idiot. Putting your phone in your pocket's not going to mute it. Ah. So let's see. I know we have tweaker neighbors because they're up 24/7.
Oh my God! Speaking of neighbors, go ahead, keep going.
But unlike normal tweakers, they leave their lights on and like light up the whole world. They're up on top of a hill above us, and they have no curtains. They haven't even figured out the bed sheet thing. So it's just like massively bright lights. Really bugging my neighbor.
Well, I mean, shit. Light is good.
Light causes algae.
Light stops crime.
No,
Makes the area safer.
Even with the lights on, the neighbors still come down and steal water.
How?
Can't really eat iced tea.
I mean, if you freeze it, you could.
Yeah. Although I
Make
had
a little, what is it called? Snow cone?
Yeah, that's true. I had the other day I had mocha with marshmallows so I could eat my coffee. I saw marshmallows stuffed with like chocolate, Hershey's chocolate to make s'mores. It's like, wouldn't you have to like either spend an incredibly long time to melt the chocolate in the middle or just crispy critter your marshmallow to melt the chocolate?
I don't think so. Y'all don't put it in the fire. You gotta keep it up. You want it to warm. You don't want to cook it.
That's true. Although it is really cool when you throw a whole bag of stale marshmallows into a fire.
I think we did that once. I remember doing something with marshmallows in a fire. I can't remember the outcome because I was just too stoned. That was back in the day.
Yeah, because now it'll work really good in the microwave because, not only do you get it right, hey, Derek, every time, but it melts the chocolate in the middle first. Well, sometimes.
So, going back to neighbor, that's why I brought it up.
Oh, yes, neighbor.
Buddy of mine calls me. Yo, the car's broke down again. He needs me to drive him around some places. Okay. So we're all done. I drop him off. He goes in his house, and some idiot on a dirt bike is doing a wheelie down the street. And I just shake my head. And his neighbor across the street sees me do that because I'm right in his view. He's letting his dog out. And he's like, yep. So I had to turn around to go back. So I stopped and to be young and dumb, again. So he walks back. He walks to the street and is standing at the side of my car. He's like, so is that your son across the street?
Oh, I bet that made you feel old.
My buddy's black.
Oh. Well, you never know. Not these days.
I mean black, like Jamaican, Nigerian black, not light skinned black. He black. So I just ran with it. Oh yeah, because it was hilarious. How do you get? I don't know.
I'm sure there's a way. Life will find a way. One more month, and 8 days.
Oh, until Jurassic Park?
Yeah.
2 more days and and 3 more days.
Until Cinco de Mayo.
No, fuck Cinco de Mayo. I don't give a shit about that.
I just want to.
Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Work. But
It's May the 4th, so it's Obi-Wan Kenobi's first episode.
Ah.
And then the 5th is the last episode of this season of Picard and the first episode of A Strange New World, which I'm actually interested in watching. I'm hoping it's as good as it is in my head.
Science fiction character was born this year, but I can't remember what one now.
Yeah.
Let's see. My brother is adopted.
Mm-hmm.
And, well, the one I grew up with, not my Matt brother. And he did a DNA test. Now, we live in a mostly Catholic area with Hispanics, people descended from Spain, and Native Americans. Turns out that he's Native American and Jewish Italian. So it's like, he was meant to be with us. Even though he was adopted.
Omaha. Omaha's good. I like the Omaha.
So, what's been up, June? I'm still apologizing to my poor Oscars for putting them in a smaller tank until I can get the missionaries over to move the 150. I'm just afraid of trying to leverage it into place. Well, I certainly, I know. I feel bad because they're not right next to me anymore when I go to sleep. So besides the fact that I can't watch TV in the fish tank, I just don't have as much interaction with them. And I miss them. I miss having a fish tank with fingerprints all over the front. Oh. Yeah, I'm just having rat drama right now. And showing what I thought was one of my only non-cichlid tanks, but it turns out that I have 2 rams in here, so it's not a non-cichlid tank. Oh, and the starry nights are so pretty. Baby Oscars. Aww. Oh yes, and Adele, the update on the platies. I have now 2 adult platies left who are not looking good. I have what I figure is a 4 to 5 month old platy, which seems to be doing okay. And today I counted 11 or 12 platy fry in 3 different sizes. And they seem to be doing fine. So I'm not quite sure what to do with them other than leave them in the 10-gallon tank and figure out where to put the 10-gallon tank. Because I really would like my goldfish, I think. But my world's being taken up by rats. Yes, 44 is back. It's sort of interesting how people come and go. Because, I really thought that Liquid Zoo was gone. But then he came back. And I see he's been posting, but I'm not sure what I'm doing other than I haven't been spending as much time on the computer. Probably because I'm trying to find my house, my rooms. I just can't believe how much fish junk I have. It's like I should have a garage sale. But I live too far out. And now I'm hungry, and let's see, I have crackers. I could eat the chocolate. I would have to figure out where I stashed it. I have fish food I could eat.
You don't eat fish food.
No,
It's not filling enough.
probably not. Yeah, speaking of that, I got to remember to order wafers for the plecos. I have bottom feeder sticks with the bristle nose. And I missed Stephen P. wigging out. Okay, now I'm curious. I've just been missing too much. Yeah, it could be a publicity stunt. I wouldn't put it past him. I just deleted the site and decided I didn't care about it. Because it won't remain the same anyway. I mean, people just switch up. Wow, where did this come from? I just found Sarah Probiotic Growth Food.
Okay, then.
Well, maybe I should feed it to the platies. Maybe it'll make them healthier. Aha, and Patty, you asked. Ferrero Rocher, 55% cocoa, dark hazelnut candy. Dark chocolate bar with hazelnut and cocoa filling. But I want real food. New medications are always so fun. So when the emergency room doctor gave me the medication for gout, I always look it up. And there's actually been times I haven't taken medication just because of what it says. And this medication was so dangerously toxic that it is only approved by the FDA, like for taking 3 pills. And it was like, I'm in so much pain, I don't care, I'll take it. And it worked. Oh, what a combination, Matt and Steven. Okay, well, I have to admit, Roundhouse and I are opposites, but we do really good together.
We do?
I don't know.
What do we do?
Shut up. I don't know what we do.
I'm not sure. Where am I? Beagles.
Squirrel. I don't know. I don't recognize where you are.
I never know where I am. I just go with the flow.
Wow. All this interesting stuff going on, like drama that I don't care about. But interesting. Well, then you should quit taking the medication. No, the ice cream cone is that stupid boysenberry. You know, I will probably the thing it was the thing, and I'm left out. Oh well, I'm always left out. No, that's not true. It really isn't cool to go into somebody else's streams and bitch at somebody else. Yeah, blocking people is the best way. God, I'm gonna have to find out where to get boysenberry ice cream cones. But do they have peanuts on them? Oh, I got my mom birdseed with peanuts in it because she's not allergic to them. So it's making too much of a mess on her patio, so she gave it back to me. And it's like, I'm going to make my brother in charge of feeding the birds because I can't touch the bird seed. I had boysenberry Turkish delight once, and that was absolutely wonderful. But I like Turkish delight anyway. Okay, no, I bet there's something that says you can't ship boysenberry cones over here. Besides the fact that they would melt. I should make boysenberry jam this year, then I can have it all year round. I want to know where that is, June. That way I know. Boysenberry, it's like a raspberry or a blackberry, only it's a boysen. Yeah, I want to know where the ship is at so we know where Roundhouse is. Sometimes I like the yellow raspberries because they're like really mellow. But when you want a berry flavor, boysenberry is the best. I like it better than blueberries. My mother says I'm warped. You're lucky, Roundhouse. Stephen, I guess, was being an asshole and got blocked. Adele blocked him, but she never blocks you.
Who's Stephen?
Stephen P. or Matt, one of the two.
Oh, that retard. Yeah, he was retarded. He was acting all stupid.
My son copied. At that time, I think there were only about 140 CDs. He copied all of them onto a couple of terabyte hard drives and sent them to me from Germany. And the ship sank. So I never got my Deathland series. They're sitting at the bottom of the ocean. Gee, no one ever emails me an apology, but I probably wouldn't accept it anyway. I just sort of think that that kind of drama is, and I don't care if it's medication caused. I mean, with medication changes, done a lot of really stupid things. Um, you should just eventually learn to be adult enough that when you know that you're out of your mind because of the medication, then you should not interact with other people because you know that you'll do something stupid.
But it's so fun sometimes.
A mental mindfuck can be nice. He probably doesn't know you said, oh no, not Rico. I don't know, it's just getting kind of too clicky. And like everybody just wants to talk about fish. Okay, so what is the ship Roundhouse and where is it?
What is what ship and where is? What are you talking about?
The ship in your picture.
Oh, I don't know where it is. I think it's at 61. Is that the New Jersey? No, that's the Iowa. It's currently yeah, I think that's Los Angeles.
Yeah, sometimes
Museum ship.
I pitch these guys because it's like, okay, in Cop Watch Talk, you guys are just bootlickers for numbers.
Damn.
What?
Wow, you just went all out on that one.
Well,
You kung fu fluid that right into left field.
yeah, exactly, June. I'm me, and if you don't like it, go away. Because sometimes I'm nice, and sometimes I'm not nice, and sometimes I don't want to talk about damn fish, even though we're watching fish. But that's where my camera's pointed. I could point it up into the dark, but it's like, I mean, I watch these people like, oh, I got to get this many subs. I got to get this many subs, and it's like, okay, and it's just because somebody asked me the other night. I have like 320 more or less because, YouTube. And I've been that way. I mean, I had less than 150 for 5 years. Yeah, well, that's why I like you, Adele, because you're honest. And you don't beat around the bush and try and be nice to people who are not nice to you. And we all have problems even with our friends. I mean, that's just like, how life is. But as long as you realize you're not perfect and you're more interested in being yourself than bootlicking. Let's see, what can we call it in the fish world?
Fin licking. Anal fin licking. There you go.
I don't think I'll ever reach 1,000. I actually would like to reach 500 so I could have the community page and be able to tell people who I shout
what they
out.
can go do it themselves. Oh.
Well, yeah, that too. Because, I mean, I just had somebody that I did like 4 months ago find out that I did a shout out for them. And it was like, they emailed me and, friended me on Facebook and thank you, thank you, thank you. And it's like, oh, you just found out? Well, oh well. That was a long time ago. And it's like a couple of the people, well, the cop watchers I shouted out, one of them actually just got arrested because she was just standing there and cussing at the cop and really not doing anything useful as far as cop watching. And she got arrested. And I figured it out now. They keep you about 13 hours so they could get their state or county or federal money. And then they let you go. Unless you're a real asshole. Oh, I don't need a swelled head with everything else I have going on. I can't even put on my shoes right now. Of course, I don't mind because I prefer going barefoot, but a lot of people can't take it when you go after their egos. I mean, I used to have a severe problem. I used to think that I was very narcissistic, and it really bothered me that I could be narcissistic like my mom. And my psychiatrist said that because I'm so worried about being narcissistic, I'm probably not narcissistic. And narcissism is having visions of grandeur. So when we talk intellect, I'm not having visions of grandeur about my intellect. So I'm not narcissistic. That was the best news I ever received. Well, at that time in my life, because it was like, oh, thank God I'm not narcissistic. I'm a genius, and I know it. Which is really narcissistic. Well, yeah, because we're human. You know, I admit there are a few channels once they get up there and they get really well, I know it's more than visions of grandeur, but once they get up there and start getting really snobby, I mean even snobbier than they were when they were little. But the one person that I don't think, no matter how many people, and I think Ben is up to 45,000 now, is Ben Ochart, because he actually took the time a few years ago to help me set up my sump, including emailing back and forth. And he had, I guess it was a few weeks ago, he had a poll about substrate, you know, what everybody's favorite substrate was. And I put ant sand. And he said, oh, now, are you kidding me? Is this like you really can't set up the sump? I mean, he actually remembered. I mean, even if he looked up past email or something. I mean, I'm one out of 45,000 people. And I told him, no, I was serious about the ant sand. Another reason I want to walk. Yeah, he's great. He's really good for the beginner. But if you have, I like Ben because if you have a more complicated problem and you email him, he really does get back to you. And he doesn't, you know, he treats you like a person. And it's all his fault that I have an eye biter. Yeah, Ben Ochart. Yeah. I mean, I saw that was, I think, the first fish I actually went out to look for and to buy. Because I saw his eye biter and it was like, oh, now that, yeah. And I drove to Albuquerque. I went everywhere looking for one. And I was about ready to ask somebody if they could order, you know, one for me. Because at that time I was too scared to do online mail. And in fact, the first fish I got through mail, I won $200 a fish from Ben, from Beantown and the cichlid shack. Yeah, it really depends. Where I. Well, I'm never moving again. Um, I can see where there are instances where you'd have to get rid of everybody. Um, but I could never get rid of every single one. I mean, I lived in a camp. I lived in a 32-foot motorhome with 4 dogs, 5 cats. I didn't have any fish at that point. And
And a monkey named Jack in the crow's nest. Instead of and a partridge in a pear tree.
a mortar. Yeah, I wouldn't turn a fish back to the store, but I mean, I don't watch him. It was just, yeah, well, it was two different giveaways for some, I don't know, probably 25,000 or something subscribers. It was $100 from each store. So, and I would watch him if he had something that interested me, but I think he's, more of a beginner. Yeah, that's true. Um, because once I get something, I would like to say it's like I always swore once I got something, I would never get rid of it. However, the last 2 purebred Great Danes I had, one went back to the breeder, got spayed, and now lives in a single pet home, and the other one lives on a ranch, and he's the smallest thing on the ranch. Yeah, I haven't watched him for a while, so. But I do like the Expermatic in the tank sponge filters thingies. Yeah, you have to do whatever works. Well, I've always had African cichlids, so when I restarted, I started with African cichlids. But Oscars are just too cool. And when I first saw Captain Morgan missing his little fin and being picked on, I just had to get him. Plus, he has an X and an O on him, so he's a perfect pirate fish. And then I felt guilty because he only had let's see if I can remember, Synodontus. So I got him 2 friends. And he didn't have a problem with them. Because I just, what is it? Amorphize my fish too much and give them more personality than they really have. I didn't want to be cardboard. Ooh, that's a great idea. I could, oh, S, you are wonderful. I am going to do, okay, see you later. Don't play too much. I have 3 of them, Synodontus, and I absolutely love them. Although it kind of cracks me up because the ones that are in with the male bristlenose have been kicked out of their castle. But now they play a lot more, and each one of them has a tall coffee mug that they live in. But they're fun to watch play. I think they're just beautiful fish. Okay, enjoy. Don't kill everybody, Adele. And I know Roundhouse is playing.
Nope.
Mm? No.
Nope.
Taking a break after doing your ship, getting it all done.
Kind of. Minor research.
Ah. Well, see, what I'm going to do, and in fact, tomorrow I have to go into town, so I'll be able to buy the foam board, is I really enjoy doing paint pours. But the problem with paint pours, and I've tried, is you can't really do them reverse. And it's very hard to pull a large paint pour skin off of a back to flip it around. But I could do a paint pour on a big foam board and then slide it right behind the tank. That is a brilliant idea. Now I'm all excited. Thank you so much. Yeah, and with cardboard, you can put like anything on the inside of it. I actually thought of taking a bunch of my paint pours that are on foam board, and because of the plastic backing, you could peel them off as long as you're careful. And sort of making a quilt on the back of the tank, but doing a big paint pour for the whole back is really a cool idea. So do you just use crap, or do you have a poop emoji? Ooh, I bet that looks cool. I'll have to go check it out if you have any on your channel. I know I have, well, some of the tanks that I got, I have one that has a red paint background with red sand. My betas have a blue background. And I think, yeah, none of the, oh, no, I have the 29 is painted sort of a blue with lots of scratches in it. And someday I may scrape the paint off. But like Roundhouse said, it's an awful lot of work. Ooh,
Yep.
outer space pictures. See, I have a bunch of really nice posters, but you know my tanks are bigger than the posters. I actually was thinking of doing a Doctor Who background on one of my tanks with the TARDIS and stuff. Now, if Kevin would let me cut apart his boxes for his Star Trek models, I could do a really cool Star Trek background. But the paint pour, I definitely want to do, especially because I bought all the paint. I've just been messing with my old paint to try and figure out how to reverse pour, and it doesn't work. And peeling off that big of a pour would just like not be possible. Have to figure out where to do it. I have to do it somewhere where the dogs can't get it. I can't do it outside because it's too windy. Then I was talking to my neighbor about finishing painting the house, but the side of the house that needs to be painted is getting sandblasted right now because of the wind. And oh, I found the best roofing stuff. Well, he's going to find out how much it costs. I figure it'll take me a year and a half maybe to save up. It is a copper colored Pro Panel roofing. It's not a Pro Panel brand, but it's like Pro Panel, but it's shiny copper. And it would just go perfect with the color of my house. And then the only thing it changes is the color that I'm going to paint my handicap ramp to make it a little more coppery. And since I haven't bought the paint yet, but I saw that copper roof and it was like, yeah. God, now I have all these great ideas for backgrounds. I'll be dreaming of backgrounds all night. The one that you see in this tank, which is kind of hard to see, is actually foam that I used a foam cutter to like make into rocks. And there's a couple spots where the paint's come off because it's been pretty abused. But originally, I had it silicone on the inside of a tank, but unless you cover every, and I do mean every spot, like I think if you're doing the foam with the concrete on it, it's better to like dip your entire project into the cement, because if you miss any little spot, the water gets in there and sort of separates it. Oh, it's the foam insulation. You can get it like an inch, 3/4 of an inch, to like 2 inches thick. I just bought the sheet that was like $13 for 8 by 10. Then I have to cut it in half to put it in my van. And I just took a foam knife and I like made little divots in it. But it's like 4 or 5 years old and it's kind of been abused. Painted it with black acrylic paint and then put grays and whites over it with dry brushing. And it really does look cool when the tank's clean. I mean, the glass is clean. It gives it depth. But when it hasn't been being used, it's like leaning up against the wall or something and the dogs go past it. And sometimes they have to taste it. Ew, foam, yuck. Gross. So, like, there's on the right side, right above the rock, you can see a white area. That actually, there's a chunk of foam missing there. But it still looks okay, so. And if I were to do it again, I'd have to go buy another foam cutter, and because unless you buy one that's really expensive, the $20 ones only last through about 3 4 by 10 sheets of foam before they kind of give up a ghost. And it's not something you can do with a soldering gun. No, I really didn't use a soldering gun on foam. Okay, I did, but Soldering guns are perfect for making holes in tubs too. Real nice, even, makes them really soft around the edges, smooth around the edges. You don't have to worry about, like, if you drill it, you get all the little pieces. With a soldering gun, you don't have to worry about that. Just go boop, 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 boop,
How's that go again?
boop, 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 boop.
Okay, just checking.
I know what sound my tools make. It's funny because when I'm driving, I make driving noises, and I never realized it until I drove with my son, who does the same thing. And at one point, my mom said, "God, Jason is just like you." And until I drove with him, I didn't realize that she meant we're never truly quiet. We're always making noise.
Hmm.
God, the tapestry sounds really nice. I've seen like some of those big posters on Wish, and I always thought about getting a couple of those because they're so cheap. It just takes forever. Hey, Chewy, for stuff from Wish to come. It's that slow boat from China. But I'm saving up. Okay, I'm not. Well, yeah, I am. No, I don't have to. It's the beginning of the month. I'm getting my Van Gogh present for me this month. When I went to the Van Gogh thing, they're charged because we're so expensive. So I found a Etsy place that has a really good price for an 11 by 17 printed on canvas um, that I'm going to get. Just have to find a space on the wall. I was actually considering putting doors on my DVD cabinets so I could have more space to put pictures, since I'm covering up all my wall space. So, what's up with you, Chewy? Lurking. Lurking. I was attempting to show my non-cichlid tank, but I messed up because there's 2 rams in here. So it actually is a cichlid tank. Heavily dominated by Danyos. An ant. Or a rhino beetle, but I don't know how much a rhino beetle can carry. I know ants can carry many times their weight. I didn't know how much weight a cockroach could hold. It just really bugs me. On Amazon, they have cockroaches that they've glued rhinestones and a leash to, so you can walk your cockroach. Well, is it like a real animal, or is it a insect or an arthropod, reptile? Um, it could be an elephant, but I don't think an elephant can carry 50 times its own weight. I don't think my haps could carry 50 times their own weight. A Cape water buffalo. They're mean and they're strong. But I don't know how a Cape water buffalo would be like a garbage truck. Oh, African dung beetle. They're the ones who roll up the poop and eat it. probably illegal to have in the States. But I know that there are dung beetles you can buy. A lot of people would think the dung is garbage. Yeah, they have an important job. Just imagine if they weren't around. I mean, people don't realize how important milk does. A lot of people don't realize how important scavengers um, are. Well, it's like isopods eat shit. Um, Roaches do. They're the cleanup crew. I mean, imagine without vultures how many dead animals there'd be just rotting around. Beetles are pretty cool. We found a longhorned pine beetle in a piece of wood, and it was pretty cool bug. But Kevin made me put it outside. It's like when I caught the centipede, and I did a whole video about it, and then I put it away or put it back outside, and then I read that they make good pets. There are some very cool bugs out there. The only bug I don't like are mosquitoes. I don't know who is my favorite beetle. I don't even think I know now who my favorite beetle was. Probably Ringo. But I've always had a thing for drummers. So. What I really would like is, well, besides some of the praying mantises, because they're absolutely gorgeous, and I really got to give them credit for ripping their mates' heads off. I want a giant Australian cockroach. What are they called? Burrowing cockroaches? Because they're huge. That makes sense, Chewy. Oh, it's so warm. My chocolate is like melting. Time for the air conditioner.
That's weak talk. Air conditioner shit.
And a swamp cooler. Okay, to you, Chewy, this will make no sense. But Roundhouse will understand. Do they have musical garbage trucks so that cop watchers won't film them because they'll get copyright strikes?
Wait, what? Musical garbage trucks. I've never seen. I mean, what the hell is that even?
Like an ice cream truck, only it picks up garbage instead of sells you ice cream.
I've never seen that, so I can't comment.
To let people know that the garbage truck is coming. We wouldn't be able to hear it. Our garbage has to go all the way out to the street. Maybe I should check into that. Their paperwork for getting handicapped garbage pickup is so complicated. And I actually believe, now that I think about it and know more, they may be asking for information that's against HIPAA regulations. I will have to check into that. No, I have to get a hold of my friend Air Cooled Accountability because he has old VWs. He has a VW bus. It's not a 21 window. And tell him about your advertisements, the VW advertisements. Some of those are so funny. Well, they're only funny because they're old. I've never lived where there was an ice cream truck. So they totally fascinate me. And whenever I'm at someone's house where the ice cream truck comes, I always get so excited. And I have to buy some crappy ice cream because it's just like one of those things that we don't have out here. Yeah, I know. Well, that's what I want to tell him. He's looking for a decent Carmen Gia. Oh, and the other day, do you realize that if you want to buy a gremlin, now you're going to spend like $20,000 to $40,000 for a working gremlin?
Yeah.
It's only about 10 to 20 for a Pinto, though.
Car price, everything's crazy priced.
Yeah. Well,
All because of that fake inflation that's not happening.
New Mexico has ice cream trucks, but being rural, you don't get ice cream trucks. You don't get deliveries except for Schwann's. Sometimes UPS and FedEx finds you.
Sometimes.
We don't have street signs out here. I think the only reason my street has a sign and all it is like a T-pole with stick-on letters is because we have a parolee, and so they probably required him to have a real address. Oh yeah, man, Schwann's. I love their drinks, their concentrates. Yeah, it's like, oh, we deliver pizza. Oh, not here. Okay. Luminetti's would deliver pizza here.
Mm-hmm.
But they're the only one in the country who would. I mean, I had to drive like 20 miles to meet up with the FedEx guy after he got lost for some of my fish. Because I didn't want them to go back to Santa Fe and for them to try again the next day. It's like, no, I'll just drive up there and meet you. Schwartz has some good stuff, but like everything else, they're expensive. that was probably the best thing about being married to a multimillionaire is I got to order Schwann's all the time. And my brother drove for Schwann's. I like their orange creamsicle pops. And when I first came back to New Mexico, I was getting gas, and a Schwann's truck drove in. And I looked and said, "Oh, Schwann's." And the guy said, "Well, is there anything you'd like?" I said, "Well, there's a lot of things I liked if I lived here, but I'm just on vacation." He said, "Well, what's your favorite ice cream?" And I said, "The orange creamsicles." So he let me buy one orange creamsicle. I was so happy. It was so good. Then I always wonder, are foods like that good because you remember them as being good? Or are they still good? Because I know that most cereals that I used to eat as a kid, like Trix, I love Trix, but it tastes like cardboard now.
Yeah.
And one kind of cereal I've never had is Cheerios. Is that weird or what?
Yeah, that's weird.
But I found out you can feed Cheerios to your rats. It's supposed to be very good for them. Oh, that's interesting. I'll have to ask him when I see him. I'm still waiting for Scott to use my Choya. I thought about having yes, Schwann's is very good quality food, which is why it's quite expensive. Schwann's, my brother said Schwann's was a great company to work for. And it was when he was working for, hey, Patrick, it was when my brother was working for Schwann's that he found his biological dad and his aunt and 16 million of his family. Excuse me. And he actually saved his dad's life. He was delivering, and the door was open, and he knocked on it, and he called, and Juan didn't answer, and he said so. He went in the house, and he was having a heart attack, so he did CPR until the ambulance arrived. And I mean, they're way more rural than I am, so he saved his dad's life. It was pretty cool. Now he's the assistant manager of a grocery store in South Carolina. Haze. It's not haze, it's smoke. Which is part of the reason I'm coughing so much. Not that I don't usually cough, but it's so smoky outside. Where, yeah, his own dad. Well, when he used to eat lunch with this woman, and he, my parents told him, it was okay to look for your biological family, but you have to realize they might not want to know you. So, but he started looking, and he managed to find his sister in Denver who said, "Our mother dumped us. So she didn't love us, and I want nothing to do with you or any of those people." And my brother said, "Well, please take my number in case somebody finds you and contacts you." And about 2 months later, he got a phone call saying, "Well, here's your aunt's number. Now leave me the fuck alone." And because my brother knew, my parents told him that adoption isn't always because it's not because you don't love your child. It may be because they couldn't afford him, or so there was something else going on, and they thought that he would have a better life being adopted.
Okay.
And because he has 18 half brothers, 18 siblings, some of which are half brothers and half sisters from three different mothers and all the same father. And it's a really small town. Um, his mom just couldn't afford him. I mean, Juan wasn't going to get a divorce to marry her. And I think Brett was her second child with him. So I think he does have one or two full siblings. But it's a huge family. And so it turned out the woman he was eating lunch with once a week when he went up to Canyalone was his aunt. And so he delivered to her before his dad. So he said, yeah, I went, knocked on the door. Juan answers the phone. Oh, Brett, I got my Schwann's order already. And he said, yeah, I just looked at him straight in the eyes and said, okay, Dad, what do you want? And he said the look on Juan's face was great. And he said, what did you just call me? And he says, Dad. And he goes, what? And he said, I'm the last kid that you've been looking for and haven't found. Well, now I'm found. And I mean, he got to meet his great-great-grandmother. He said the only problem with this big family reunion get-together thing they had was he was the only one who didn't speak Spanish. But it was pretty cool because I'm actually in contact. Oh, Rusty Wessel. I don't think I have anything the 9th. I've been so busy lately. Calendar. Okay, we know how smart the person who created my calendar was. They say that the 9th is Mother's Day, but it's actually the 8th. Central American cichlids and live bearers. Oh, that's a good topic. I like the fish profiles that you've been posting lately, Chewy. I don't always remember to put a like, but I'm there. I'm having brain fog. Oh, wow. That would be a cool Zoom meeting. Chewy, you know all the cool people. Six degrees of separation, so I guess I know some of the cool people through you. Yeah, I think that's one thing I would change about my life if I could do it over, as I would get in more into fish much earlier. 6 degrees of Chewy, yeah. Then we know if it actually, if you think about it, if it's 6 degrees and Chewy knows all these cool fish guys and all the cool fish guys they know, we probably know all the cool fish guys in the world. It would be a very interesting diagram to make. Not that you could ever do it, but Somebody else just passed away too. I'm trying to remember who it was, but like I said, it's terrible. I'm having brain fog. But hopefully with the medication changes. Maybe it was a drummer in Spinal Tap. That's probably my, and this is terrible to say, my worst subject is probably music. Oh, yeah, that's right. And of suicide, too. Is it perfectly round? Yeah, but Naomi Judd was suicide. Or at least they're saying it was. Is it a round glass fishbowl, or is it like your typical goldfish bowl? Hey, speaking of that, I bought this really cool color changing goldfish bowl shaped drink. Oh, those are pretty. Well, everybody dies eventually. Let's see. 12-inch round. If it's not on the internet, it doesn't exist. The bubble ball base from Lobby Hobby. 2.5 gallons, big enough for a beta. Okay, so it says 2.5 gallons. And that sort of depends on where the cutoff is. But the average, which kind of looks like all the rest, is 2.5. What are you putting in it? AGRB. Well, 3 gallons is a little bit more than 2.5. You'd always get a cup measurer and measure it. Not something I'd recommend for a larger tank, of course. I got given an acrylic tank, and I made the mistake of using a cup measure. It turns out it's 10 gallons. It was a lot of cups of water. I did fix one thing in my fish room. I got a new hose for the bathroom, and it's not one of the real shrinky ups, but it shrinks. The only problem it has is it has a turn on and off valve, which is really good for aerating your tank because it has a pretty strong stream. But being able to turn off the hose when you move from tank to tank is pretty cool. It would make like a cool planted nano tank. I really want to work on a planted tank if I have space. I mean, just like a small planted tank. But first, a fishbowl contest. It's amazing. I was looking at YouTube today, and I missed all these subscriber giveaway things and contests, and I guess I should start paying more attention. Right now, all I can think of is moving that 150-gallon tank. Since the space is finally clear and I have everything except for strong men. And I did tell my brother, if he thinks that I'm not taking advantage of the fact that he's a Mormon, he's crazy. Because I will take advantage of that fact. Yeah, I miss Joseph Tropical Tank's fish tank thing. But I'd have to like clean the glass on some of my tanks. Okay, I'll start doing that. But I'm pretty happy with the way this tank turned out, so. One at a time, one at a time. I know it's going to happen. I'll be all ready to go cop watching, and then the missionaries will show up. And I'll have to move a fish tank. So, Chewy, do you know how long it takes for a giant Danio to get 4 inches? Or do they ever really get 4 inches? I don't believe anything I read anymore about fish sizes. Although we did measure my LSF's giant common pleco, and he is 23.5 inches long. They're always on a mission. I mean, they got my brother. But on the other hand, there are advantages that come with it. Because he doesn't have a job, they've helped him, with it. He doesn't have to tithe right now. But they have helped him get into college. They've given him a laptop. He gets out much more. Okay, well, I only have, I think, 4 or 5. So they should be okay. They're in a 60-gallon. I mean, I really think that they're good for him. 240-gallon tanks. Well, if I had a 240-gallon tank, it would definitely be filled with a couple of Oscars. And I mean, they look very healthy. And they're so pretty. The pearl Danios are kind of boring. Long fins are always nice. And it's interesting, once I got the giant Danios, the black skirt tetras started coming out more. Yeah, that's true. If I ever really, really had the space. We were actually talking about Kevin earlier. Kevin has gone on to new hobbies. God, I would totally love to have a swimming pool full of big cichlids, but I wouldn't know how to heat it in the winter. I'd go broke heating it. I know that he was supposed to go into transitional living. I'm sure he's okay. And when I last talked to him, he was really into clay and making bowls. And he thought that my way of doing pottery was stupid. Because it's so much easier on a potting wheel. And being partially native, my family does it by hand. We don't have potting wheels. I don't think so because being in transitional living, I'm sure that they did not let him take his fish. Hopefully, the mud skipper went back to Tuanza, or maybe his brother did take over. I don't know. I'm actually going to email him later just to find out if he's still alive. So you just get stuck with me. Yeah, I have to admit, I do like this Daniel tank because it's just cool watching all the different fish go swimming around. And Daniels are fast fish. So there's always, or very active fish. So there's always something going on. And hiding in the bushes in the back where you can't see them, I have glow light tetras. But Miami is too hot and humid. Unluckily, I'm a cold weather, and this sounds stupid, desert person. I guess higher altitude desert. Yeah, and if I moved to Miami every time it rained or flooded, I'd be out there with a damn net catching fish. That's a dream vacation, is to go out and catch fancy fish out of everywhere that people have dumped them. I'm watching you, little rat. I have an escapee rat. Well, she's not escaped right now, but hey, John, what's up? So I'm watching her to see where she's. Ah, I found it. Hang on, I will be right back. Okay, I'm gonna block your view. No, you don't need to see my butt. Okay, Roundhouse, you have to talk for a minute.
Okay, what do we talk about?
All right. Why do you always go to the same place? I know where you are.
I'm just trying to figure out how you do your bowls is stupid. According to Kevin.
Okay, now why doesn't your head fit through where you just came out?
Oh, puppy dogs. Oh, yeah, ice cream. Oh. Come on, man. You can do it.
Ice cream! Boysenberry ice cream! Oh, you are a monster!
I'm sorry.
You are a monster!
I try.
I'm trying to block the area where he got out. And he just got, now I know where he's getting out, though. All right, you little rat. You little rat. At least when I call him a rat, he really is. think I'm stupid enough to put you back in somewhere where you're gonna escape? Mm. What, you gonna squeak in my ear? Oh, I am not squishing you. Oh, poor thing. Okay, somebody talk.
Chat, what should we talk about?
Okay, where are we going to put you?
No
Escape
one's answering in chat.
Mm-hmm. Maybe this one will work. Not tall enough. Smuppy, get down. Ah, the joys of escaping animals. Don't even think you're going to climb right out again.
They want to be free. This is America, home of the free. Come on, man. You know the thing.
Yeah, no freedom in my house.
Oh, damn.
No freedom.
Freedom.
Okay, one area temporarily blocked off. Ah! No, get back. Back. Now to play with more wire to keep him in. I am so glad that my dad taught me how to use tools and Okay, it's not Mickey Mousing things. They actually have a contest for it. For the most steps, doing things with the most steps possible. God, I can't remember what it's called.
A thingamabob or a parfanugan? But I'm
Isn't
just guessing.
Isn't a Farfig Nugan like a VW?
I don't know. I don't think so. I thought it was like a little cookie thing.
Cookie thing. Hey, Kenny.
It's like a jelly-filled cookie. Keebler makes them.
I don't think I've ever seen them.
I think Keebler makes them. I want to say I had a tree, so that would be Keebler.
Yeah, the elves.
Yeah.
They make pecan sandies too. I'd be paying more attention, Kenny, but I have a rat that keeps escaping, so I'm trying to bend some wire thingies and put a stop to his escaping.
Weld the door shut.
Yeah, but then the snakes will get hungry. And it's too soon in the week to feed. I need needle nose pliers that are more needly than the ones I have, which is probably impossible. Oh, can't get out that way anymore, huh? Sneaky, sneaky rat. Sneaky, sneaky rat. It's pretty bad when they escape from a rat cage, you know?
Escape artists.
Yeah. Well, it's like, why even... They tell you can't keep them in an aquarium because they don't have enough air. Even if you have a screen top.
Yeah, you do. You just have a fan blow into it.
Well, I'm gonna have to get
you have a little 6-inch fan blowing right onto the top of the tank.
Get back in there right now. I'm gonna bop you.
You damn dirty rat. God damn it, rat boy.
Well, I'll tell you, he sure didn't like getting bopped on the head.
Stay your ass in the cage, boy.
That's right.
Okay.
You stay in that cage.
If you come out again, we're having rat burgers.
Ah, burger de ratas. At least it won't be Taco Bell. I think I have it. I knew there was a reason I paid $5 for this extra hamster cage.
Was because it was $5?
Yeah, and I figured I could use the wire.
Hmm.
And did she get out again, or he get out again?
Almost sounds like you need a smaller cage.
Ugh.
Your bars are too far apart.
Well, yeah. Okay, you're hiding down at the bottom now. I think we have it. You know, if I would have paid I think this cage brand new is $89. If I would have paid $89 for a rat cage and had my rats escape, I would not be a happy camper.
Ooh, I know a thing you can put it in where it won't get out. A pelican case.
I think that I'll have to zip tie it down or twisty tie it, which I found that green garden twisty tie wire is like perfect. But right now I just have 2x4s holding it down, which will probably work because Mom knows she can't get out.
They do collaboration. They do. You just drill. You take all the foam out, drill a couple holes in them on all four sides, put them in, lock the case. They ain't getting out, and they ain't dying because it has the holes.
Well, what I did was I used the wire and I put it the opposite direction, so it's more like hardware cloth. I probably should just go buy a roll of hardware cloth and cover the cage in it. Just cut out the right size and zip tie it together. Although the twisty ties are better because it takes them longer to eat through a twisty tie than it takes them to eat through a zip tie. Well, at least he's a creature of habit, and whenever he escapes, he just goes on top of the 40-gallon breeder on the screen. So
I know what you use. Solid gauge, or solid copper, and not the string copper, but the solid copper, 16 gauge wire. That's thick enough to be and still soft enough that you could twist it.
yeah, but the twisty tie stuff is cheap, and so far, Mom hasn't even chewed through it because she's tried. Because the bottom half of the cage does have, double wire, but they're going out to the top. Yeah, these guys have big rats. I mean, big rats. They have big cages. Because I don't like seeing anything in too small of a cage anyway. It's sort of like one rat for a 40-gallon breeder size, I mean, they're all about area wise, the same amount of space. Ah, rat tartare, Rataburger. Well, they are sort of our rat tartare, and they only breed like rats if you let them. I have to get one more female, and then I can like have my supply of rats just set perfectly. And I may just forego getting the one more female rat. And occasionally the snakes can go a day or two longer. Well, that totally, they are now totally disinterested in climbing up the walls of the cage. They are really smart. I mean, my
That's a good
male
thing,
rat,
right?
yeah, my male rat comes to his name. He's learning paw, which when I say paw, my dog Karma comes over and gives me her paw and wants a biscuit. It's kind of intriguing. But it also, with looking up habitat enrichment for the rats, I also discovered habitat enrichment for the pythons. And it turns out that just having a decorated cage, with plants and leaves and logs, is not really an enriched habitat for the python. What you need to do for ball pythons is move the habitat around.
Why would you need to move it around?
Because it then they explore, and it gives them something to think about.
Oh, you mean the decorations?
Yeah, and you
Okay.
change them, and you change them.
Yeah, I can see that.
I don't find my snakes boring. I made them sphagnum, humidity hides, and I like watching them go in and out. And they have some leaves that they go in and out. And I have one snake. My spider likes to squeeze himself into the toilet paper tube with like a loop hanging out on one side and his head and tail on the other. Boy, that female really wants out of that cage. Maybe she's trying to wean them and she doesn't want to be with her babies anymore. Just take me away from this place. No more
Shitty mom.
children. But she can't go in with a male for another 2 weeks. She needs a break. Yeah, I'll have to see if George has any pictures of his rat setup, although I'll never have that many rats. And Patrick, that does not sound like fun. My late husband spent, I think, 8 months in a coma in the hospital. I thought wine was a vasodilator. That's interesting. Yeah, my late husband was in a car accident. Got Hep C from the blood transfusion. I'm sorry, I just got yeah, see, I thought alcohol thins blood. Yeah, I'm glad that you made it through because otherwise you wouldn't be here. And that wouldn't be any fun. I think I'm trespassing tomorrow. Maybe I don't
Uh-oh.
have to trespass. Well, they
It,
just cut down
it's
this
never a
apple.
good. Just so you know, it's never a good thing when you admit it beforehand.
Well, actually, I don't think I have to trespass because they just cut down this apple orchard, and some of the pieces of wood are on the street side of the fence. And I just need some of the wood for the rats to chew on because apple wood is safe for them. It's sort of like fish. You got to know what you can give them. Oh, and here comes the coyotes, and it's only midnight. Did anybody see the thing where a coyote was on the beach at Huntington Beach and it attacked a little girl?
No, I
They're
must miss
getting
that.
they're getting brazen. What's that, Karma? You don't care.
We need a good old fashioned coyote hunt.
They banned it here. They did have a coyote hunt twice.
What are they going to do? Arrest everybody?
Nah.
If they're getting brazen enough, there's way too many of them, and the people have to take over and go against the government and just get rid of, you whittle them down a little bit.
Yeah, well,
Because
when they're
otherwise, it's going to turn into a shit show.
it just like totally amazed me. I mean, attacking. It was at night, and there were two kids and to their parents. But that's pretty brazen to attack a kid who is right next to their parent.
Yeah.
Boy, this rat is bound and determined. Yeah, my mom is mad that my boyfriend grew a beard. She doesn't like the fact that my two boys have beards. And it's like, I like beards. I don't know why, but okay, that's pretty funny, Adele. I don't think anybody could look like Roundhouse. It just depends. Like, my brother's one of those guys who, okay, one of my brothers is one of those guys who can't grow hair on his face. I mean, just very, very little. Well, if a coyote is attacking your livestock or something, you could shoot them. And all you have to do if you have livestock is say they were after your livestock. Um, but the neighbor throws them bones. So our coyotes are kind of friendly. It's weird. But they don't even bug my outside cat. Lacey, what is your problem? God, she's going absolutely nuts trying to get out. No pain, only Oscars. No pain is good. I'm waiting for that day. Doctor said, well, give it a couple more weeks. It's like, there are places I would like to go that I need to wear shoes. At least I don't have super, super, super swollen feet. And I know it will go away. See now. Yeah, coyotes can be quite a pain in the butt. There are lots of different ways to have pain. When my late husband died, they say you could die of a broken heart. I always thought it was just sort of like something people said, but I could have died of a broken heart. But I had responsibilities. Yeah, that's true. The coyote never wins. The rock always falls on it.
I thought he always just runs into the rock.
My friends, the woman who bred my pythons, um, they live in the middle of town, and they have two roadrunners that live on their street, and they actually nest in their yard, in the front yard. They have a really nice looking pitty that lives in, he goes out in the backyard. But these two roadrunners have a nest under the tree in their front yard. It was just like totally amazing. I actually got to see them. I mean, he was trying to tell me, yeah, we have roadrunners that live in your yard. I'm thinking, yeah, in the middle of the city. And they really do. Why are you trying to eat my cage? I'm going to put you back in a fish tank. I may have to invest in one of those rat bin things. Yeah, I love the Roadrunner cartoons. I always wanted that coyote to win, but it's, like you always want the dog to survive the movie, or the cat in Aliens. So you think yours is going to come in all gray? I remember the first time I was old enough to remember my dad growing a beard, and he had those two really cool gray stripes, and I thought he looked so distinguished. And he shaved it off, saying it made him feel old because he had gray. It's like I'm almost afraid to not dye my hair. It'll probably be all silver. My boyfriend has really neat salt and pepper. Looks really cool. I think my fan is dying.
No.
Mostly all gray. I think it happens to almost everybody. I would much rather, though, have gray hair than no hair. But my boyfriend always wears a hat, so, well, not in the house, but. So
Hair is overrated.
Balding. Yeah. Yeah, I saw that. My favorite butterflies are those blue ones. Yeah, that's an interesting thing, June, because my mom's mom died, well, basically from, I think it was leukemia and TIAs. And according to my mom, she was having like TIAs all the time. My mom has had a few TIAs and her hair turned more white. But now she's growing in dark hair. And even the dermatologist said you're not supposed to be able, once you've gone like gray or white, you're not supposed to be able to go back. I'll have to look. I haven't really paid attention to see what her hair in the last month or so is growing in as.
I call bullshit to that.
No, I saw her hair. I mean, it's growing in dark.
No,
It's-
no, no. To the doctor, that the doctor knows what they're talking about. That the hair can't go back. I call bullshit to that.
Well, yeah, because it is.
I honestly think it can.
Monarchs are beautiful. Actually, butterflies are beautiful. We don't have very many butterflies, but we have lots of moths. And oh, that's interesting. I'll have to find out what med she stopped. I think it was one of the arthritis biologicals, the infusion drugs. That's kind of interesting. But she's 80 something, so it's okay. Let's see. 80, 88. So it's okay for her to have gray hair.
Yeah, it's okay for anyone to have gray hair.
That's true. Yeah, I was just amazed getting sick from a broken heart. It's like,
It's almost like what is that, Munchausen syndrome or whatever, where if you're told like if you're in a trial and if you're told that you're getting the drug, you get better, but you're actually getting the
oh,
placebo.
yeah, no, Munchausen's is different, but I know what you're
Oh,
talking about. Munchausen's is where you get your kid sick for attention.
oh, yeah, that's right. So what the hell is it called? What I'm talking about? Oh, I guess that would. Yeah, well, I mean, placebo effect, but I thought
Yeah.
that was actual syndrome.
Well, for some people it is. I actually had a roommate.
To where you'd be like, oh man, yeah, your stomach feels bad, doesn't it? Oh yeah, your stomach feels bad, and then your stomach will start feeling bad. It's some people are like that.
No,
Yeah.
I like there's actually a syndrome, and I forgot what it's called. I had a roommate with it, who you think you have bugs like under your skin, and I actually, when I first met him, took him to the emergency room, just figuring it was the speed, but it turned out there really is a syndrome where you think that you have bugs under your skin. Well, I imagine there's biological and genetic reasons why the monarchs in the U.S. migrate because they need food, and the African monarch doesn't migrate because it has food year round. It's like with different birds. The hummingbirds came back yesterday to my mom's looking for food, and she put food out. Gee, my thyroid is now supposedly under control. Does it have to do with breeding? Like salmon going up to their spawning areas? Because I know a lot of animals migrate for breeding. Scratching and yawning. Are they genetically both monarchs? Or do they just okay, let's see. Are they related or do they just kind of look the same or something? Scratching and yawning are definitely contagious, especially yawning, even though you only yawn because you're not breathing correctly. Oh, and that was another weird thing at the doctor. I have a really extremely high red blood cell count, but nothing that accounts for it. Well, yeah, if someone is puking around you and you're sensitive, I could understand throwing up after having someone throw up. You can't get out anymore. Nah, 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 nah. God, that's not very nice. And I'm not apologizing to a rat. I'm sorry. They do have feelings. The one I bopped on the head hasn't tried climbing up again. And I didn't bop him hard because that's not nice.
So you beeped somewhere? Is someone in the background?
No, I just plugged
Oh,
in my
no.
phone.
That's right. This isn't Restream. Restream beeps at you when someone comes into your back room.
That would be handy. I tried doing this stream as a restream, but it just kept telling me to make a broadcast. And so I went through the whole thing and clicked the save or whatever, and it went back to the little box that said make a broadcast.
Yeah, I don't know if you can schedule like you can on StreamYards. But
Okay, I'll have to find the setting that makes StreamYard beep.
there is none.
It
Honestly,
does say there is.
I'm convinced StreamYard is just a copy of Restream, with certain things changed, so there's no legal issues. It's the same format and everything, and Restream has been around since 2014, whereas StreamYards has only been around since like 2018 or something like that.
Oh, I remember you saying that. So they probably did copy a lot of this stuff. It was probably a disgruntled employee.
Yeah.
Okay, anybody who's an encyclopedia of very interesting things is a good friend of mine because I enjoy people who have a wide variety of knowledge. It's more fun because if you only know about one thing, it gets really boring. But if you know about a lot of things, then you always have like different things to share and different things to learn. And I mean, I could be in school forever just because I absolutely love research.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't mind looking things up.
That and it's fun to learn.
Oh, yeah. Most definitely. And this is crappy paint. Wow. I did an attempted pour, and the paint is just flaking. It's flaky paint. See, now I have to go out and buy foam, and, well, I have all the paint and stuff I need. And at least it's windy, so when I cut the styrofoam, all those horrible, nasty little balls will go flying away. Because they're really hard to vacuum up. Okay, Patrick, I highly agree with you. I mean, and it was sort of like a statement like that. All my kids can, well, they know how, they actually do grow vegetables much better than I do. They all know how to can, preserve, jerk meat. Never did have the opportunity to teach them how to smoke fish.
Jerk meat. You said jerk meat.
Okay, you know what I mean. Dry meat. And like my son said, Mom, it's got flies on it. And I said, well, just pretend you don't see them. It's a little extra protein like in your peanut butter, which you don't eat. That's when they learned about the peanut butter factor. Exactly how many bugs can be in your jar of peanut butter. It's not why I don't eat peanut butter, but it's a good reason not to. But unluckily, it goes for all food. So
yeah, I mean, you wouldn't believe what they allow in shit.
no, you wouldn't
Chocolate.
believe.
The Hershey's chocolate.
Yeah. Well, it's like now I just forgot what I was gonna say.
Oh, must have been a lie.
Probably. Oh, I read it on the internet. It was definitely a lie. But I mean, it's like, what I think is really cool is like watching they're my brother's grandkids. So I'm not sure what they are to me. But watching them start chopping up the clay and mixing it, it's like, I'm so glad my family is going to continue the pottery tradition, because my late husband's family was Hoopa, and nobody carried on making baskets. His grandmother was the last one to do that. But it's cool to go out there and like the kids are all, working with clay and learning how to fire traditionally. I taught all my kids to cook and to sew, and I figure when the technology-minded people are working on computers and getting all that kind of stuff, they're going to come to me for food.
Food's overrated. You got to have your priorities. You got make sure you have a supplier for some extracurricular activity because you're going to need it. If it comes down to end of the world type shit, you're going to need that extracurricular. You need your Scooby snacks.
But do you want gummy Scooby snacks or baked Scooby snacks?
I want the stuff that you smoke, Scooby snacks, the original,
The
never
original.
duplicated.
So I say to my brother, he finally realized that there's like dispensaries that are open now and legal. I said,
Dude,
so
we got a hookah lounge.
what flavor did you get? Oh, something called Gorilla Glue.
Okay.
Boy, I hope when you smoke it, it doesn't clog you up.
Yeah. That does not sound good
Yeah,
at
that's
all.
true. I wanted to when my ex he was set to inherit $7 million, which he did. I was homeschooling my kids and I wanted to take them on a trip around the United States and go to not all, but most of the national heritage sites, national parks, hole in the wall places, state parks, so they could really learn things. But he inherited $7 million, took my parents and kids to Hawaii, not me, and married the nanny, who was younger than him by quite a lot. But what do you expect out of a child molester? That was 16 years too long.
Just think of it this way. She probably turned into Amber Heard.
Yeah, I always used to ask when I'd be at the Pueblo with my great grandma. I always used to ask her questions. And it was funny because I think my fondest memory of her is putting her finger up to her lips and going, shh, think before you speak. You have asked that question before. Think of a new one or a new way to ask that question. And even I drive my brother nuts because, like, if he goes down to the plaza to sell pottery, I mean, he's like Mr. Stoic, doesn't say anything. And I'm a motor mouth. And it's like, we had this lady come up once and she said, are those real dream catchers? And he said, like, real? Well, made by a real Native American. And it's like, yeah. And because she didn't want to buy one made in China. And then she said, oh, I really like your pottery. And I said, well, yeah, our great grandmother was Maria Martinez, who rediscovered how to fire the black pottery. So, like, runs in our family. And I said, my brother is so good. He has pots in the Smithsonian. And he's like, we're sitting there and he's jabbing me in the ribs with his elbow, going, shh, shh. I sold 2 of his pots for $300 a piece. And I said, see, sometimes you just have to be a motor mouth. He goes, but don't you know, great grandma was always telling you to be quiet. And I said, I know, it didn't work. I'm just the biggest motor mouth. Oh, sometimes I'm a big motor mouth. As I get older, I'm not as much of a motor mouth. Oh no, maybe my engine is running down. I need some of that oil for old engines.
High mileage.
Well, I don't want to say engines with high mileage. That's bad. I don't have high mileage, really. Yeah, I didn't like my kids being in public school. And a couple of them got suspended, which was kind of my fault, but not my fault. It was too much teaching them on the side, I think. And like all of my boys learned, and my daughter learned physics and higher math from my dad. And I just figured homeschooling was better because rather than saying this is what a lava tube looks like, you could go see a lava tube. This is what Salt Lake looks like, or Mono Lake. Um, we traveled all over the Southwest. We were stuck in the desert. We've been stuck in the snow. Um, we went to Glacier National Park and thought when we were driving in that there were big boulders on the side of the road, but it turned out it was snow. We followed a semi up I-80 and followed it right into the truck stop. And the guy said, "You are insane. You have been driving behind me for miles." And it's like, well, besides drafting you, you're making these nice big tracks in the snow. And I think we drove up 395 in California once, and we were the only ones on the highway because they closed the road like 8 hours earlier. No one told us. We were in a small campground that was in the wrong area, I guess.
You mean you didn't get the memo?
And so we just got on the road and started driving north. Didn't know the road was closed till we got to the other side where it was closed. And I always wondered, how my kids felt about getting stuck in the desert, getting stuck in the snow. And it turns out that they have really fond memories of all our weird vacations. So it made me really happy. I know if they ever get stuck somewhere, they'll be able to survive. I think it's just actually, it's not that big city people don't know anything. It depends on the big city people. It's also a difference of like intellectual smarts versus street smarts. I was used to pride myself on my intellectual smarts, but until I got together with my late husband, I never knew anything about street smarts. And I learned a bunch. I could now happily survive on the street. Now I'm too old to really want to, but I mean, I could. But to do stuff like that, you have to like live it. You can't just read about it. And it was funny because my late husband and I have licenses for drug and alcohol counseling, and we went and we applied at this one excuse me applied at this one company, and they said they wanted people who had at least bachelor's, if not master's. We said, what about practical experience? Oh no, we don't want any drug addicts. Well, I'll tell you in a minute, Patrick. We don't want any drug addicts working, at our facility. And I said, look, if some book learned guy tells me he understands what it's like to sleep underneath a bush, I'm not going to believe him. And therefore, I'm not going to believe anything he says. Because, if you don't have firsthand experience, especially for some of the more hardcore drug users, they're not going to believe you, because when you say, oh, I understand, you're lying. You don't understand unless you've been there. Okay, having an old soul. Usually means, especially for natives, you're more connected to the earth and the old ways, even if you... Okay, I don't make pottery like the rest of my family. It's something I'm not good at. I'm I'm the animal whisperer of the family. Um, Probably why my name, well, one of the reasons my name is Green Snake, probably. My grandfather probably just knew, or my great grandfather. Um, you're just, you're more connected to the earth. You've had a longer, and I don't want to call it reincarnation, but you have had more incarnations of life. If you stick to your gut feelings, you're right more than wrong most of the time. Um, but it's sort of a deeper connection to the earth and nature. Um, Sort of a hard thing to explain. Um, because I have to put it in the perspective of being, and I love this, my brother coined this, a Geronimo, a Jewish Native American. And a lot of the, we're both tribal communities, and there's a lot of beliefs that are the same. Um, and it also depends on what sect or tribe you're with, because in general, Jews believe when you die, you're dead, but Kabbalists, you go on to a different level. Well, yeah, Chewy, you've been around forever. I mean, I know you go way, way, way back.
Yeah. When I was a kid.
It is, I guess it really is a hard concept to grasp, but it's just when my, and this is hard for Roundhouse. When my son died, I was virtually the only one who wasn't crying. And it's because I believe whatever job that he had to do on this plane, this level, he did. And as much as we all want him to stay, he had, another level to go to, more things to accomplish. So it's just sort of, there's a lot of levels. And it's not that you go up or you go down in levels. You could go sideways in levels. But the more times you have been reincarnated, I guess, although I don't like the idea of reincarnation, but it's sort of like you have genetic memory of some of the things that you have learned before, deja vu-ish. If you ever went to learn something and you were like reading about it and you're thinking to yourself, God, I already know this, but why do I know it? It's not something I ever studied. It's because it's a memory from a different time or a different level, because time is relative.
Yep. And that happened to me all the
I don't know
time.
if that makes any sense other than
No,
totally confusing you, but
I know lots of things I shouldn't know.
it's one of those difficult concepts. And I killed the conversation. And it's only 1 o'clock in the morning, guys. Not even. Okay, for me it is. For you guys, it's all later or earlier. And part of you're asking a lot of questions. Yeah, see, that's okay. Now I go off into my mother says the woo-woo new world. There are, okay, my kids call my power dog shit. If somebody pisses me off, bad things happen to them. and I have to consciously put out good energy to sort of keep a balance. Um, Everybody, including my brother who pissed me off in Colorado, spent time in jail. Some of them are still in jail. My daughter can sense disasters. It was Halloween, and I think she was about 8 or 9, and her friend Sarah's mom came to pick her up, and Molly just threw a temper tantrum and said, "No, no, Sarah, you can't go. You guys have to stay here. You can't go in your car. You can't go in your car." And she threw such a big fit. Sarah's mom said, "Okay, Sarah, you can stay here, and me and your brother will go." And they were T-boned and both died. And if Sarah would have been in the car, she would have died too. And there's been other like car accidents Molly's avoided for various reasons. That's being an old soul, because in one level of living, that was sort of like a specialty. I never had to call my son Jeremy before he died. All I had to do was think about him and he would call. He was the most talented in that department of my children. Although right now I'm dealing with my daughter and her two sons. I guess he's almost 2.5-year-old, was walking down the hallway, turned around and said, "Hey, Mom, look, it's Uncle Jeremy," and pointed to the ceiling. He's 2.5. My son died like 5 years ago or something. So he never met Jeremy. He's, probably heard about him, and his brother David, who's 6, is the same way. It's like, "Hey, Grandma, you know Uncle Jeremy, huh?" And I said, "Yeah." "Well, he's coming tonight." And it's like, a normal person would say, "Well, your Uncle Jeremy's dead." But it's like, both of my grandsons see Uncle Jeremy a lot. I mean, they describe what he's wearing, which isn't, they didn't know him except, well, I think David may have met him when he was like 6 months old. But it's like they describe the clothes he wears and, stuff that's not in pictures.
Yeah.
And it's just, it's hard to describe. It's not powers. It is gifts that you received on a different level and were adept at enough to keep into another level. Like, you may be able to do one thing, like you could feel the death of a coworker in this level and go to a different level and not have that same ability. If you have more specific questions, you can always email me. I try and help people because it's, in my opinion, an important gift to keep going. And I was a big contention between me and my ex. "Oh, you can't tell the kids this stuff, And he was, I don't have a problem with religion per se, but I realized we went to see my grandmother, my aunt, who's Hopi, and my son was complaining about one of his molars was coming out, and he was bitching and griping. And my aunt Edna turned around and looked at him with these most serious eyes, and in this quiet voice, as she pointed to the wall, she said, "If you don't behave yourself, the kachina will come and get you. And I realized that my blood pressure had gone up, my heart rate had gone up, and I was actually scared. And I remember my friends telling me how God's going to get you. Um, in my opinion, religion is the dogma, and everything that you're told that you have to do, but you're not given a choice. Um, a lot of well, most religion. Um, and I think it comes from how I was raised, where you're not given a choice of what to believe in. Because I was always told, if you want to know about the Catholic religion, there's, and it's not being spiritual. It is if I go to church, I'm going to be saved. Um, if I do this, this will happen. If I sin, God will get me. Um, yeah, man derived. And I'm sorry. If there is I do believe in a higher power / God. And I just think he's kind of like really doesn't care what a single individual does. I mean, I don't think he's going to come strike you with lightning unless you're really, really evil. But how evil you are is just sort of a perception. Um, I think it's what you do in your life, how you act and behave and think. I remember once the Mormons came to the house, or maybe it was the Jehovah's Witnesses, and they asked my kids what they believed in about God. And, where man originated. And my 12-year-old said, well, we all started in a sticky pool of goo and then went on with the theory of evolution. And it took me, I don't know, it took me months to figure out the sticky pool of goo came from Star Trek. And then when they asked my kids, what does your mom believe in? My 10-year-old popped up with, Mom thinks God is a giant pink and lavender cockroach. And I said, no, that's not really God, but it's the closest we can get. And it's from Kilgore Trout. Wonderful, wonderful writer. Okay, Kenny, thank you for stopping in. Have a good sleep.
Night, Kenny.
um, that's a good way to describe it, Chewy. Only for me, he's great-great-grandfather. Um, and we should all really appreciate the earth a lot more than the majority of people do. That's a definite. Um,
Screw the earth. It'll be here. It'll be fine. It could just
we're
roll
like
roll
my neighbor.
around.
We have one path from his house to our house, and the rest of the property in between us, well, it's only half an acre. We don't walk on, so it can remain natural. Um, going on hikes, walking in the arroyos rather than walking on the fragile ground, because you never know what's on the ground, grass wise or bug wise, that you may step on and crush. I only get ant sands from dead ant hills, so sometimes it's really hard to find ant sand. Um, yes. See, and now we'll get it from someone whose brain isn't fried. Okay, it's not that my brain is fried. It's just that the doctor thinks one of my medications is giving me brain fog. Said I'm not old enough to have dementia or Alzheimer's or anything like that.
I hate it when I get brain constipation. It could be worse.
And Patrick, you're welcome to come up too.
Poeseewi, you could have brain diarrhea where you like just start
I
talking.
always love the great things that the Star Man comes up with. I always think of Chewie as he's the fish man, the star man, the music man, because of his starry background.
That's right. So,
Sure.
can I post a link?
And at the
in
Grand
the
Canyon,
chat?
okay, my dad's a nuclear laser well, he used to be a nuclear laser physicist, chemical and electrical engineer. And one time when we were at the Grand Canyon,
I would assume so, Chewy. Yeah.
I on a vacation, he took me and my kids, not my mom.
Okay, this link I'm posting has got to do with an auction.
Wow, you have ant bowls?
Has got to do with an auction with Bob Taylor and Janice from White Chipmunks, and it's part of me introducing a
I've
part
only seen
of
a
Africa.
couple, and they're always they're in Hopi.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh.
Poeseewi, can you hear Chewy?
That's why.
I guess not.
I don't think
I
she
have to
can hear.
separate all my different
Anyhow, the link I posted
getting
in
late.
chat has got to do with an auction coming up to help raise funds for Janice to bring in some white chipmunks.
Okay, ants are like the sun. I think it's the Egyptians had okay, first world.
I don't think that she
First
can
world
hear me.
Hopis were described.
I don't know. I think we're having some technical difficulties.
Yes.
Oh, wake me up, wake me up.
Poeseewi.
First world people were first destroyed by some sort of fire. And the ant people, fire, a meteor, something cosmic and fire, asteroid strike. And then the Ice Age destroyed the second Hopi world. And both times, ants and knew something. I can't remember right now. But the ant people helped them. They guided them into caves. They gave them subsistence. I do remember that my aunt telling me ants have skinny waists because they starved themselves to give food to the Hopi people to make them survive. Ant hills are like kivas, except our kiva's underground. Well, I guess ant hills go underground too. But the ant people came from the heavens, and so they put the ants on bowls. Yes, I can't hear you guys. Why can't I hear you? What happened? Aha.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
I shouldn't let dogs on my lap.
Anyhow, I posted a link in chat which has got to do with an auction on Bob Kingler's site.
Oh,
And
okay.
okay, and I'm gonna post what else I can tell you behind the scenes.
Flora and fauna of Africa. Now, I wouldn't mind going. There's a few places I would never go, but I wouldn't mind going to Africa. But I would want to be able to swim better so I could swim in Lake Malawi.
Okay, look behind the, the private chat.
Oh, okay. Oh, that'd be cool.
Yes, that's what we were talking about in your chat as you were chatting.
Well, see, I'm just a space case. It's because I have Rh negative blood. Because there are some that say if you have Rh negative blood, you're an alien. I am pretty strange, that I will admit.
He's an alien.
Well, it was always funny because my dad was raised more of a secular Jew. My mom was raised very Orthodox, and her grandparents actually came from Ukraine. Um, and her dad was a priest, or her grandfather and her father were priests of Israel. So we go directly back to Aaron. And I was always afraid to tell my mom the spiritual side of me because she was raised so Orthodox. And then I found out that my grandfather was a Kabbalist. And it's like, well, why didn't you tell me? I mean, my grandparents all died way before I was born. So I never knew any of them. But I one time described my grandfather exactly to my mom. And she said, you never met him. How do you know? I said, I just know. I know a lot about Grandpa. And she goes, uh-huh. So I started telling her things about him. And she was just like totally amazed. And she said, it's not fair. It skipped a generation. Because she claims that she has no special gifts. But she just has to. She's just one of those people who won't admit that they exist. So if you tell yourself the placebo effect, if you tell yourself it doesn't exist, it doesn't exist. Yeah, my oldest son doesn't belong to who I was married to. And I haven't talked to my oldest son for about, I don't know, probably 10 or 15 years, because all I want to do is create drama with this story that his dad is not his biological dad. And my ex and I have had many long arguments about this. And it's like, okay, you have O positive, I have A negative, and our son is B positive. Can you please tell me how that happens? Oh, well, it just does. And it's like, okay, whatever. Go back to your conservative little, what is he? Um, Episcopalian world. That's it. He didn't know he was an Episcopalian until he found his baptism certificate. Then he decided, oh, I'm Episcopalian. I better be Episcopalian. And it's like, I don't think it works like that. From DNA. But we all came from Africa once upon a time. I mean, I used to tell my mom that when I was in the SCA, Society for Creative Anachronisms, my persona was Mongolian. And my mom said, out of all the things you chose, why did you choose Mongolian? Nobody chooses Mongolian. They all want to be, European royalty. I said, no, because I know, besides having a black spot on my butt, or the blue spot, I said, I know we're Mongolian. And she did the National Geographic DNA thing. And by George, our ancestors spent much time in Mongolia and in Kazakhstan. It was like, I think that was like one of the high points of what I genetically know or feel. My late husband was Hoopa, and God, I'm terrible with pronouncing things because I'm a reader and I'm not good at pronouncing a lot of words. Okay, there's the Modocs, the Hoopa, and there's one other tribe, and they are not genetically related to any other of the Native American tribes until you go way, way, way back. When my, and I guess this is just growing up in dark-haired Native American territory, when he said, because he blonde hair or blondish hair and green eyes, and he said, I'm Native American, my first thought was, yep, next you're going to tell me that your grandmother was a Cherokee princess. I actually have a medicine wheel on my arm, and I don't know how many people at powwows have said, oh, what a beautiful dream catcher. And it's like, oh, it's not a dream catcher. If you're going to claim to be Native American, at least do your research. Like, nobody knows about ant bowls, okay? Nobody knows about, yeah. My mom has some Zuni friends. Yeah, like nobody knows about ant bowls. I think my mom might have an ant bowl, but I'm not sure. I'll have to find out. See, my Pueblo family, and this, it's one of those conundrums that you just have to like come to terms with. At San Ildefonso, our animal is a Banyu, the feathered serpent. But at Hopi, the snake is just about the worst thing that you can like be connected with. So half of me doesn't like snakes, and the other half of me loves snakes. It's sort of a spiritual battle. But I think the snake lover, I mean, I even have my spider ball python as a Banyu. Okay, I can picture my aunt's ant bowl has red ants on it. And I think my cousin's Hazelina's has black ants. Oh no, it seems like I'm driving through, moving from California back to New Mexico, and I'm with some of my friends who are helping us move. And there's a car up ahead, and I said, oh, I know that they're Hopi, I have to stop. And we pulled over on the freeway, and it was third cousins. And I got to find out that um, my first cousin was pregnant. I went home and I told my mom, and they don't have a phone, so it's not like we can call them. Um, but it was pretty cool. I was like, how did you know they were a Hopi? I don't know. I just did. The bowl that will fit in your hand. The ants are small, so they need small bowls. Yeah, Aunt Edna's has red ants on it. And Hazelina's has black ants. And my cousin makes kachinas. I have like 2 kachinas that he made me. But what I'm waiting for is when I was born, my parents bought 2 kachinas in Arizona. And I told my mom they could put everything else in a museum because neither my brother nor I want the responsibility of their collection. But I want my kachinas. They have to come live with me. And then they'll go live with my daughter. They have to stay in the family. We have to talk more, Patrick. Yeah, if you want to look up my line, just look up Maria Martinez. That's my great great grandmother. My brother always yells at me. She's not your grandmother. She's your great great grandmother. So it doesn't matter. She's grandmother. She's grandma. And even though she's gone, she's still head of the house. I don't care who has it. It's her house. It will always be her house. You are the first person besides a Hopi I've ever met that knew about ant bowls. I'm just like totally amazed. And it's funny because, I've talked to people. Okay, there's some. Okay, one of the guys is Blackfoot, but I think he had too much fire water. They do sun dances and stuff in Colorado. And I've never been to one of them because I don't consider them real. I sort of consider them the wannabes. And I forgot where I was going with this, but peyote. So they were all going to do peyote, and it's like, no, I did peyote when I was a little kid. I don't do drugs anymore. Except the ones that doctors give me, damn it.
Drugs are good, okay?
Okay, I do want to get some THC cream rather than the CBD cream because since I mostly use it at night, it's okay if I fall asleep. Because the CBD cream helps, but just it doesn't go as deeply as the THC.
Yeah.
The THC cream costs twice as much, but that's okay. If it works, I'll be happy. Because I did buy some. Man-made drugs are crap, except I'd be dead without them. Sad to say. I probably would have died before my stroke, so. I'm just a genetic mess.
Aren't we all?
Well, yeah, that's the whole thing. It doesn't matter what your race is. It matters if you're willing to open your mind. And in the majority, most people don't want to open their mind. They would rather be
The
oh, I was just reading Patrick's. I think I remember my parents mentioning that. My parents came out to New Mexico after my dad graduated in 1956. And my mother has a degree in fine arts and a degree in anthropology. And she's a good manipulator. She weaseled her way into San Ildefonso Pueblo. And when I was born, I was adopted into the tribe. And my great grandfather named me Poeseewi, which means green snake. Um, because even though I was born in November in the middle of a blizzard, he said that there was a green snake outside. And it had come because of me. So, unlike all my brothers and sisters and cousins, I'm not a rose or a flower or a bird or an apple. I'm a snake. My brother used to tease me all the time about that. Yeah, that's it. It's culture and culture is not the cute thing. I think I talked about this a while ago. I had a friend, my art teacher's niece came out from Chicago. And my best friend at the time, her dad was from India and her mom was from Kenya. And she was one of those really, really dark blacks. And we drove up. They were having a big party. Her uncles had come out from Kenya. They were making bread on a rock and they were barbecuing a pig in the ground. And so I thought Jana would like going. We drove up and I started getting out of the car and she was just like frozen. And I was like, Jana, what's wrong? She goes, they're black. And I was driving a 72 Delta 88. And I remember looking out the window and like really looking at them. And it was like, wow, they are black. It had never occurred to me before. It was like, and then my mom explained Cicero and neighborhoods and racism and stuff. And it was like, I was like 16 years old. I grew up with black brothers. I never knew there was a difference. Sometimes I was on the reservation. Sometimes I wasn't. And when we lived in Washington State for a couple of years in a very Mormon community, so my mother and her friends took the black kids who were imported for football out of the basements they were living in, gave them decent places. So I had two black brothers that I grew up with. And, it's like family isn't necessarily of blood. My ex never understood the tribal culture or the tribal way. Jews are tribal. Science fiction convention people they used to be tribal. I don't know about it anymore. It's like I used to let my kids go wherever they wanted when we were on the res. And it's like, because I knew that some mom somewhere was watching them. And when they're over at our house, I would be watching. So the moms wouldn't have to worry about their kids. And he could not understand how I could just let some mother that I didn't know watch my kids. And it's like, it's a tribal community where you look out for each other. Which is very different from a singular culture or non-tribal culture. Like they say, it takes a village to raise a kid. I firmly believe in that. Oh, there's way too many sheeple in the world. That's for sure. I mean, Sheep and turkeys. I'm sort of surprised they still exist because, like, turkeys are so stupid, they'll open their mouths and look up at the rain and drown. I mean,
What? Wait, what will do that?
turkeys.
No, they won't.
Yes, they will.
That's a
No,
falsity.
commercial turkeys will. Wild turkeys won't. But commercial turkeys will. I was in a stable and they lost all their turkeys in the rain. They all drowned. Turkey,
Oh,
commercial turkeys are stupid. And sheep are stupid. That's why you have to get a conga dog, which in the United States is an Antiloonian Shepherd.
and
To watch
dogs are
it.
stupid, and cats are stupid, and gerbils are stupid.
Okay, gerbils are kind of dumb. All they do when you pick them up is they squeak. Like you're going to kill them or something.
No, that's a guinea pig.
Oh, gerbils are the hopping things, like mice.
Gerbils are like the things. They're like mice. They're little dinky guys.
But you have no reservation. You can't exist. I was told that once, that a tribe of Native Americans could not exist unless they had a reservation. And it's like, you're joking. Oh, well, that's how the Americans saved the Native Americans, is by putting them on reservations. And it's like, all righty, I don't think I want to talk to you anymore. Although what you're saying is really bizarrely interesting. The Americans saved the Native Americans by putting them on reservations. I think I have a lot of ancestors that would.
I can see that line of thinking from a certain point of view. Because if they didn't do their whole reservations, no offense, they would have wiped out the Native Americans.
Well, yeah,
They would have
that's
wiped them all out. So, I mean, in a way, I could see that.
So, Patrick, you're in Texas? My kids are in Texas. I'm trying to go to Texas. But since it's almost summer, I think I may wait. Although my grandson is bugging me. What kind of eating disorder? Like they'll just eat themselves to death? Dogs just eat until they get fat. I never heard that gerbils or hamsters had eating disorders, but I guess I had a mouse once. Because, and this is terrible, my friends, it's like, are you colored? Are you a black African American? My late husband's cousin looked like he was from Jamaica, but he was Puerto Rican. A name is a name. Names are weird things. My brother had his first. Oh, okay. It is 1:32 a.m. here. So we're like the same time, only you're a day ahead. No, it's 5:32 p.m. here. Yeah, it's 1:30 in the morning here. Yeah, I always have to remember Texas is an hour later when I call my kids. Oh, they're already in bed. Hey, it looks like nobody's escaped. Oh, it's already Tuesday. Oh, cool. I didn't know that, Chewy. Yeah, if my like boyfriend hadn't have drunk himself to death, we probably would have gotten married. But it was a typical, well, he got hit by a car. But that's what happens when you're drunk and you walk onto the freeway. Well, not really freeway, but country road. My brother and I one time discussed that we think we are the smallest generation for a long time because a lot of my age friends and stuff drank themselves or drugged themselves to death. Oh, wow, cool. That's cool, Chewy. Yeah, my late husband was married to the chief's daughter. Cost him 4 horses and 4 pigs, I think. But drunk driver killed her. Yeah. People come as close as they can to pronouncing my name. I guess I could phonetically spell it out, but it would still be too confusing. So Poeseewi is about as close as you could get to it. Because Tewa is a very short, choppy language. Yeah, I'm not going to try Adele, no way. And that's another interesting thing is like a lot of my friends have really simple names to pronounce, like Povey, Baypovey. And me, I get stuck with a hard name. Well, it's not hard for native speakers that speak Tewa, but I had a stroke a few years ago. It was a very interesting experience. And I'm totally lucky that Chicksal Amo. That's probably fairly close. No, I just had one giant stroke. And I knew I had a stroke. And the stupid emergency room doctor said, you have a migraine. If you think you had a stroke, you go bug somebody else. So the next day I did. It's like, wow, you had a stroke. Said, I knew it. But I don't have any, I have damage, but nothing that, I have visual damage, but nothing that my peripheral vision doesn't cover up, so I don't notice it. Oh, I'm sure Chewy understands. A lot of times in any language, it's hard to figure out how to pronounce things. I mean, my biggest, well, even English. So when I was looking into college, I said, Mom, I don't understand this. A lot of these classes have prerequisites. And she said, they have what? I said, look, it says here, it needs a prerequisite. And my mom started laughing and said, that's prerequisite. But if you phonetically sound it out, it's prerequisite. So there's something to be said about hooked on phonics. It doesn't always work. That's why I can't pronounce a lot of things. Because,
English is one of the worst languages to learn,
well, yeah.
from what I understand.
A shaman. Yeah, sometimes I wish that I had a less destructive gift, because sometimes I don't see the point in being able to do what I do. But maybe it's because to keep a balance, and this is sort of like a Wiccan thing too, to keep a balance, I have to consciously put out good vibes. And that requires thought, not necessarily as to who deserves it, but be conscious of the decisions I'm making as far as who deserves it and what they deserve. Which, of course, I've gotten way better over the last, 30 years. Sometimes it's just a lot of work.
I say, damn everybody.
Most people are weird, but weird is good. If we were all the same, life would just be too boring.
Yeah, it would.
And boy, if we all looked the same, it would be some scary Twilight Zone episode. Yeah, I'm sort of in a. My blood pressure was high when I went to the doctor. Damn the torpedoes! Right on, GRB. I said, I think it's because I'm in a precarious position right now, being in between my parents as they're fighting over money. And hey, Mississippi, it's sort of like I don't like being the middle person, but neither of them would put that burden on my brother. And my daughter's divorce, where I can relate to things only because in my divorce, I was the one who was not a good girl. So I see it from her position, and I see it from her husband's position. And God, was I a prick. It's because we're stupid animals. And rather than, see, it's like me and my LSF. We have a barter system. Sometimes he gets a better deal. Sometimes I get a better deal. But the point is to always remain friends. And things work out. And I'll be right back. I'm going to go get another drink.
That sounds like a good idea.
Even my room is hazy from the smoke. I don't like being in between two fires.
Oh, silly kid. Don't be smoking up the joint like that. Open a window.
Oh, call me puppy. Oh, God, we have nothing to eat that I don't have to cook.
Oh, that sucks.
Let's see. That's a good question. Okay, the lemias are live bears. The swordtails are live bears. The daffodils are live bears.
Daffodils are not live bearers.
Oh. Why did I think they were live bears? Oh, because I'm thinking cichlid mouth brooder live bear. But
Yeah.
yeah.
No, not live bearer. All start off as eggs. In fact, I don't think there is a live bearing cichlid. I'm
No,
pretty
'cause
sure they're all egg.
okay, where's Chewy?
Chewy. Now he's definitely going to show up. I done it.
So Patrick wants to know how many live bears you have.
Me?
Yeah.
Paraguay llamas, humpback llamas, a couple swordtails, lots of little llamas.
Yeah, I have to admit, the green swordtails are pretty cool looking. Well, let's see. The only ones who are, well, no, I guess the platies did live bear all 12, 11 or 12 of the fry. I'd almost be tempted to take them to a fish vet if I had money and there were a fish vet anywhere close. Of course, I figure by Thursday I won't have any platies left except for the fry. I wish my Corys would reproduce, but their eggs always get eaten. I don't think llamas are crossed with platies and guppies.
No, llamas are their own fish. It's like saying a molly. They're all separate.
Well, mollies cross with guppies occasionally.
Oh, they might be able to two cross, but they are not a cross of anything. They are, yeah, their own fish. You have a swordtail, you have a molly, you have guppy, you have platy, you have lima. Because my guessing is if they were a cross, they would share a name.
Yeah. Yes, they're all trying to escape. I don't understand. Yeah, but the muppy I had was pretty interesting looking. I'm getting some really cool snakeskin double tail guppies and some that must be out of the panda guppies, except they have tails that look like blue flame.
Alrighty then.
So you can only cross limas with limas. Limited.
Well, I mean, I'm sure you could cross them, but they wouldn't. They'd be a hybrid then.
Well, yeah.
They wouldn't necessarily be a lima anymore.
Yeah, I had one muppy. It looked like a giant guppy, like a molly-sized guppy. It was a female, and it had a yellow tail. Didn't live very long, though. It was probably only about a year, maybe, when it died. And I don't know how it hatched and managed to, or not hatched, how it managed to survive. But I do have in my polar blue parrot tank, I do have a Mangano, which I think must have been stuck in a branch or a leaf or something when I moved that piece of decor. A llama. So I have this Mangano in my polar blue tank that when it gets moved, the Mangano is going to have to learn how to live with its own kind.
Yeah.
It'll probably be terribly confused. I think it thinks it's a yo-yo loach.
Oh Jesus.
And I'm taking 2 of my yo-yo loaches and temporarily putting them in the guppy tank to get rid of 10 million snails. See, sadly, I have to say, probably everything I have is a hybrid. The guppies are probably even hybrids.
Well, wouldn't that make them yuppies? Sounds good, doesn't it?
Yeah. Well, let's see. What if you EU? Um, because they're Endler guppy mixes.
Oh.
Because I know there's, for some of the colors that some of them have, they have to have Endler in them. Somebody gave me contaminated guppies. But they probably didn't know they were contaminated. Okay, well, I guess even the bristlenose could be considered hybrids because of the color differences. The rats are hybrids. The Daniels aren't, I don't think. I don't think the yo-yo loaches are. Probably all my cichlids are, or almost all of them. Except for like the eye biter. And I'm not even trusting the online places that I bought cichlids at. You just can't trust anybody. I'm out here. Hello, hello. Well, I just figure I'm stuck with the fish I have because I'm not getting any more fish. Until,
No fish for you for 1 year.
no, not for a year, just till I get my tanks all in place.
Okay. I'll give you that.
I mean,
That sounds like a plan.
I am going to be really happy when I go back to the pain doctor, and because he said, well, I should see you in a month or two for you to get your blood sugar under control. And I said, no, more like it's going to be a year, maybe longer than that. And maybe forever. I like some of the I want to say the cockatoidy. What is that fish?
A pistigama.
Yeah. And then I
There's a
saw
lot of different ones though. Cockatoidy, Agassizi, Borellii.
it's the cockatoidy one.
That's the one with like a lyre tail.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I bet it was probably on one of Chewy's that I saw some really pretty fish. Oh, shut up. Because he, on one of the profile things he did. But it was a pretty little fish. Had lots of color.
Ooh. I'm a little teapot.
Okay, if you say so. I will believe you. Wow, Chewy, you're sounding like my mom. Except there's only I think there's only 3 of the original Taos artists left. You don't want to ship any of your limas? Ah, crap. Okay, there is something to be said about using a real needle and a bottle of insulin. Ah, what the hell? As compared to using an insulin pen.
Ooh, oh. Okay, I'm back.
Ouch.
Oh,
So will you ship limas to Texas?
okay, I'm not back yet.
I've been trying to get daffodils out of him forever. But I can sort of understand part of his excuse. And it's really hard to walk. What?
Well, if I were break down the top 55, I can get them no problem. Which is a possibility because there's like barely anything in that tank. There's like maybe 5 limas and maybe 2 dozen plecos.
See, when you put your racks up, you have to make space to get into your tanks. And I have to admit, okay, that I have a big problem with that. When I put in this Danio tank, there's
first of all, it's kind of hard to do that.
Well,
it's
yeah.
It's kind of hard to do that with 255s.
Oh no, I heartily agree with you, Patrick. My living room and one of the spare bedrooms, and I would say about 30 more book boxes are filled with books. I actually had a really hard time reading my daughter's last book because it was on Kindle. No, he just has a hard time sending. He has a hard time catching fish.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Well, out of that tank, yeah. Because one, they're a rockfish. They like to hide out in the rock. And 2, there's only like 3 inches, something like that.
In between the tank and the top.
Yeah, maybe 4 inches.
Yeah, this is the first one of her books I've read on Kindle, and it was so hard for me because it was on Kindle and it wasn't a real book. Well, maybe if I go out to where was it? Indiana or something to get it? No. Ohio? Somewhere to get a Great Dane, and I stop in Rockford, which is out of the way, but I'd stop there being that close. I'll bring limas to Texas. I actually have, well, no, my late husband's cousin owns a bar in Houston somewhere, but don't ask me what it's called because I don't know. I couldn't believe the traffic. I don't know. I think he's in space tonight. He's not on a warship. I think he's only here in, no, not even in spirit. So I'm not sure what he's here in.
Yeah, no, I don't ship yet. I would have to get too much supplies. Heat packs.
I would
all that kind of shit. Yeah, no.
Well, I don't have heat packs, and in the summer you don't need them.
I should say cold packs
Yeah.
for Texas.
But I just found two really good boxes with styrofoam shipping boxes inside of them. And if I look at my stuff from Aquashella, I probably have some fish bags. Yeah, living real books. See, now every time I go to like the thrift stores, I always look at the books to see if they have any fish books. But when we went the other day, the only one they had was How to Take Care of Your Goldfish.
Was it in 3 easy steps?
Oh, I think it was in one easy step.
Oh, damn.
It was a very simple book. Do not feed your goldfish too much. You will get the water dirty. Didn't say anything about the fact that you'll kill your goldfish, but
Yeah.
I would say the book, in my opinion, had less information than a Petco care sheet. I think I have mad rats. They can't get out. They were going out through the roof of the cage because the wire width is a little bit wider. Now, why in the world would you make a rat cage with different size wire? I mean, they climb. Fish are much easier than rats. Okay, in some respects. I just like, in the old days, you just throw a goldfish in a bowl and it lives for a few months and then you just get another one. And like one of the most complicated filters or one of the best, you need a really good filter to have goldfish. But you need a really good filter for plecos. Because plecos really make a mess. A good gravel back. Okay, guys, it's getting late. I have to go to the motor vehicle tomorrow or the Department of Motor Vehicles, depending upon where you're from, and find out how much they're going to extort from me for registering my semi-trailer that will never move because I don't have a semi to drive it. Yeah, it's only 207 here, and I think I have most of my paperwork together. But it's things like going there to ask them, how much are you going to charge me? How in the hell do I get let's see, what is it called? The body number verified because it's a semi-trailer and I don't have a semi to drive it there. It should be interesting. And I'm going to do an audit of the motor vehicle department while I'm there. Because what the hell? Sounded like a good thing to do. A 2-for-1. So thank you everybody for coming. Take care. Patrick, if you have any questions, my email is on my channel in about. And thank you everybody. Roundhouse,
Yeah.
Adele, don't play too much games. Chewy, take care. Patrick, take care. And if there's anybody else here, thank you for coming and hanging out.
Fun, y'all.
So, see you all later. Bye.